Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back to the Daily Brief. Uh, we are again going to be talking about things that are happening around the world. Uh, we're going to discuss things in regards to Iran. We're going to discuss things that are domestically happening in Pakistan and how the world politics are affecting the things that are going on in Pakistan. Uh, and then just discuss casually about everything else as well. So, Shaji, uh, what do you bring to the table tonight? Oh, a neon.
I've heard that uh, basically the negotiations for peacekeeping, according to some people, have begun in Islamabad. Have you seen anything like that? Check that out.
Hmm. Yeah, the negotiation, but aren't these the exact negotiation that Israel has tried to, sabotage? Because if you remember, 2 days ago, we were joined by Mr. Shahid Ghadi, and he gave the opinion that there were some members or parts within the Pakistani side that were trying to or had participated in trying to, uh, get the Iranian ambassadors uh, to be assassinated, and the Israeli intelligence has kept on trying to do that. Now, it is a very doubtful thing that any Pakistani uh, person or any Pakistani part of establishment be a part of it, but it's not out of the possibilities, considering uh, the level of distrust that I personally, at least, would have over them. So the trying of you know diplomatic solutions, Pakistan being given the quote unquote place for being the mediator. Uh, yeah, that is what that's the only thing that they have on the table, isn't it?
Yeah, so how are you viewing this? You think there is going to be any breakthrough or no?
Hardly, to be honest. I don't think that there's and because the Iranians are not going to be uh, the Iranians don't actually have an reason to back off right now. They have come to the point of where they are basically taxing the Strait of Hormuz. Uh, they're, they don't actually have any situation of backing off. The only entity that is going to have to back off is Israel and America. Now, America can't back off because it has to maintain its visage of the big bad bully in order to maintain its petrodollar. And Israel, well, they are just, all of even their, at least in my opinion, even their people are just evil entities. I don't even consider
Have
them
you guys
at this point. Yes,
have you
yes,
guys
yes,
heard
ma'am.
of the Trump's recent statement about Saudi MBS? Like he called it, he literally quite literally said that they're well they're kissing my ass. That's what he said about MBS. You think that's going to have? Some people are saying that he said that because Saudi is not doing what America wanted to do, but do you think it might play a role in getting Saudi to get out of the American well side?
No, I really don't think so. The reason being, in order for an individual to, have honor, or what we say, gharat in our language, some sort of you know uh, uh,
Sid, you're giving me an
ability.
emotional statement. I don't want an emotional statement.
Why no, why
Politically,
would
tell
you
me.
not? Politically, let me tell you, politically it's even worse. Politically, MBS can't do shit because he's kissing his ass. Politically, what Donald Trump said is exactly the truth. You have come to the situation in the world where the emotional way of saying things is more political. So whenever somebody tells me, "Oh no, you're being conspiratorial, you're being emotional," yeah, well, that's the truth.
Okay, Mr. Churchill. Dr. Hota's tweet is getting going viral, and he goes something like, let me take it out. A second. Mm-hmm. 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 Goes something like, can I find it? Mm. As a Muslim, your prayers are not accepted if you turn your back on Saudi Arabia, and if you're able to visit it but just choose not to, then you will go to hell.
Well, these are the exact kind of Muslims that I am quite certain are their one on their one-way ticket to hell themselves. To be honest, to
Do they think that
associate,
they're not going to go to hell for siding with Israel and America against other Muslims?
yeah, I think that's exactly what they think. Actually, I don't think that they think that any of this actually is true. I've come to the point where I very honestly don't think that majority of the people that call themselves Muslims actually are. They are just born in a family that had forefathers that were Muslims at one point. I wouldn't even say that it was their parents that were Muslims. We have what should I say? Downplayed the conceptualization of a Muslim so much so that it is being considered a form of cultural or ethical sort of thing, ethnical
Yeah,
sort of thing.
there are actually cultural Muslims in Pakistan who celebrate Eid,
Yeah, well,
and
then they are not actually Muslims, nah.
they call
I
themselves cultural Muslims. They're not Muslims. They call themselves cultural Muslims. That's the thing as well. And secondly, do you think a revert of today's time is more Muslim than those who got it from their parents,
The people who are actually reverts or
who
converts, whatever you
reverted
call.
recently? No, 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 no. The reverse of the recent times, like somebody who converted recently.
Yeah, at least they are provable to be Muslims, right? It
No,
is
but what do you
provable
think?
that
Do you think they're more Muslim than the normal Muslim who got it from their parents?
yes, I've come to the point that I would not even consider majority of the people that call themselves Muslims to
Then why
actually
do
be
then why
Muslims.
do then why do Muslim kind of get upset when a revert wants to marry their daughter? Look, I've seen cases where
Actually, you know what? I honestly
Gora
don't.
reverts are rejected because they're not of a certain community, they're not from Pakistan, or they're not from they're not uh, well.
Okay, I actually have not come across such examples. I've come
I
across
have
the
actually.
opposite of it. But
Yeah, I've seen
But
both.
I'll take your word for it.
Hmm.
Because I personally neither have seen nor have heard this situation, but I'm sure if you have, it exists. The only possible reasoning that I can come up with in my head is, well, the people who are culturally Muslims are not actually Muslims, so they don't want to, put into risk their daughter being married to somebody who is actually a Muslim. With other people that are culturally same to them, they have, a dice roll, a chance of somebody or of marrying them off with somebody who is just culturally Muslim. They don't want somebody who actually
No, they are
believe in
very,
Islam.
no, 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 no. The people I'm talking about are very religious. One party is very religious, the other party is not very
Like the
religious, but they're
Saudis,
Muslim. They
right?
call themselves Muslim, five times Namazi or Muslims.
Yeah, just like the Saudis, right? I bet they also, raise up their ankles.
Ankle, they raise up their ankles or their panche. What do you call panche? What do you call panche? I
I
forgot the
think
word
it's
for
called the
panche.
ankles of your pants.
Are they?
So yeah, probably these kind of people. Yeah, no, the, those kind of people. I think the
So are you
the
saying that
worst,
there are actually a smaller number of Muslims that we think that there are?
much smaller, much smaller than what we think that there are. I mean, there are people existing today who are saying things like, uh, even after all of this happening, they're being like, oh, we should be pragmatic. We have to live in this world, right? So we need to consider things like that. Islam never teaches anything like that. If you're a Muslim, if you're brought up in a Muslim environment, you cannot think like that. There are Muslims out there who say that as Pakistanis, we should not support Iran because it's Shia. There are Muslims out there who say that we should not support Iran because back in the day, Iranians, attacked Pakistan. Because in '86, Iran did some, covert operations against Pakistan. Because in in the decade of the '80s, Iran had all those uh, Shia terrorist outfits that they were funding, and they some of them were also attacking Pakistan because of all the things that Iran did in fucking Syria. Yeah, they did. None of that is in question right now.
But say Pakistan betrayed Iran as well multiple times, and secondly,
Who did Pakistan not betray? That's a better question.
uh,
I'm pretty sure Pakistan never betrayed Lithuania because I don't think we ever dealt with them.
we haven't betrayed Saudi yet.
Yes, we have. We
When
have. I mean, especially when it came to the war with Yemen to start with. And yeah, really, the here's the thing.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say we should drag a country into it because you have Pakistan had to survive and it was surviving. But I'm
Why?
saying
Actually,
using
no, we
that
don't have.
survival against
We
other
don't have.
people. No, no, no. Listen, Sid. Listen, Sid. It's like this. Iran was doing what it's doing, and Pakistan was doing what's best for them, and they were both following their national interests. So using that against them is kind of stupid at this point. But I think most of us forget that we're nobodies. I mean, the chief of army staff is not going to ask for my opinion about how he's going to handle that war, right? So I can be truthful to myself. I can be spiritually supporting Iran. It wouldn't make much difference, but at least I would have the satisfaction that I was on the right side. Like I was always anti-Taliban. I know that I was always on the right side. I'm pro Iran because I know that they're being oppressed right now. Like there are Israel and America is continuously attacking schools, universities, and hospitals, and people still come up with excuses. Maybe that's why the Muslim world is in shambles, right? Because all we do is make up excuses for each other. Oh, this happened. I would never, even though I support Iran, I would never support Bashar al-Assad. I know what he did, right? I'm not on his side. I would never support what Iran did there. But what's happening right now to Iran? I think our people just don't have the mental neurons or the IQ to separate those two occasions from each other. What's happening right now and what happened in Syria, you can separate those two occasions, right? Because it's a common knowledge that after Iran, they're definitely coming for us and Turkey. So why would you want them to fall just to give your very Wahhabi ego a boost? Why would you want that?
I think the reason why people do that is actually no. I don't actually think that there are people who are Muslims.
What kind of electrical problem am I facing? Hello?
By just born as a Muslim parent, because if the parents of these people were actually Muslims, they would have taught them better. I've grown up in an Islamic environment, right? Uh, the
So,
conditions
so
surrounding my
weirdly,
house
weirdly, Sid, listen to me. Weirdly, majority of the boomers and the Gen Z, they're very pro Iran. In this whole thing, they're very pro Iran. It's the
you kind of
new.
cut off
It's
there.
oh, sorry, my internet is
Didn't
bad.
actually
It's
hear
raining.
what you said.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So what I'm saying is that it's not the boomer and the Gen X. Sorry, yeah, it's not the boomer and Gen X. They're very pro Iran. Most of them, majority of them, very few of them are anti-Iran. You know, either they want to make money from the government or something like that. Otherwise, they're all pro Iran. It's the Gen Z and the millennials who are. It's so weird for me when I look at it that the present generation is actually more extremist than what the boomers and the Gen X were. They're mostly generally more sane. They sound more sane than the present generation.
I think that has more to do with case by case basis because uh, when it comes to interpersonal things, I find the millennials and the Gen Z and the Gen Alpha to be more sane. Now, are they extremist? Yes, they are extremists. They should be. They should be extremists. That is the solution.
Oh my God, said it's the extremism that's pushing them into pro Iran war situation. You realize that? matlab, I think the increase of knowledge and especially half knowledge, like some of them are getting these messages from WhatsApp, like they know about the Pakistan's betrayal of Iran betraying Pakistan, but they have no idea about Pakistan's betrayal of Iran. They talk about Syria, but they don't want to talk about Yemen and all of the different genocides of Shias that have happened in history. So I think they don't even educate themselves properly, so that half knowledge that they're getting, that is just turning them into extremist people. And I don't think being extremist is a good thing. I mean, what did we ever make out of it? Look at ISIS, look at Al Qaeda, look at Taliban. What did we ever make out of it? We're just destroying each
We did
other,
not
we're
make
exploding other
those things.
people.
No, no, no. I'm sorry.
But
Yes, we
who's
should
joining
be.
them? Fine, we nobody, fine. They were made by the US or whatever, but who's joining them? Who's joining them? They're not Americans, they're not Israeli. There are people, they're Muslims.
There are people that they killed and then they manipulated, and then there are the people that they paid. What are you talking about? The social extremism of the generation Z and millennials, it has nothing to do with, you know, getting paid. It has everything to do with not getting paid.
Didn't say
Becoming
anything about
extremists on
pay.
becoming extremists on the basis of Daddy America paying you is not becoming an extremist. That's just becoming a hired gun.
Where those are the extremists that's actually in trend these days. So that's what they're turning into. So
No,
that's
they
what
are
I
not. Those kind of extremists hardly ever come or say anything
they don't
because
say
they
anything.
know
Last
better.
I heard, they exploded in our Shia mosque.
Yeah, they didn't explode it in the Shia mosque. They did not explode in Twitter spaces.
What they can't, they would if they could.
No, they can't. First of all, no, they can't. Secondly, uh, they actually would not if they could. Assalamu alaikum. We have Nadeem Gilani sir here. How are you doing, sir?
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Alhamdulillah, how are you guys doing?
Walaikum
We are
salam.
just.
All good.
I'm just promoting extremism, and Miss Maham here is telling me that we should not do that. And Shaji, for some reason, has not participated much yet. So, and we were discussing in regards to Iran and, well, basically just having a very chill discussion. What are your thoughts? You
Yeah,
look
man.
like a
It's
feminist to me.
yeah, man. I sorry, I look like a what?
You
A
look
peasant
perfectly
guy.
fine. You look fine, bro.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, man. It's pretty crazy. um, I was just listening to the speech of former intelligence officer Marcy Guli, and she was just explaining on the Menab attack in Iran, the very first offensive attack that the United States of America did on Iran, where she was explaining the fact that the missiles which were used, they were Tomahawk missiles, which are equipped with actual uh, like satellite imagery. Some even say that these weapons are even able to do X-ray scans to pinpoint the exact targets, which demonstrates the fact that they knew that there were children in this school. They cannot use the argument of collateral damage because I'm hearing from some other podcasts that perhaps that they were looking for a military target who most likely went to Menab school to pick up their children. But that is not the case. I mean, from the Epstein class, you would expect Epstein behavior, targeting children. And this is something which has now become an eye opener. And most likely, and very likely, people are beginning to realize that this is, an offensive war, and Iran is doing everything, as it should to retaliate back. And I just got a message from some of the friends from Pakistan that Iran will allow 20 more ships of crude oil with the flag of Pakistan to be, taken from there. And some of the ministries of Egypt have also arrived in Pakistan to do peace talks in, in trying to make reconciliation in the war. But what's the probability? One might say, probability is quite less. Probability is quite less because because now that the United States has destroyed a nuclear plant, one of the nuclear plants in Iran, and now last night, Yemen, Ansarullah, one of the soldiers of Badr ad-Din Houthi, have officially joined the war. They did their first strike. And also, simultaneously, at the same time, I've been updating everybody on Hezbollah specifically because Hezbollah has been upping up their game, and even the enemy has is shocked to an extent that they're saying verbatim, "Is this the very same Hezbollah that we destroyed and killed using pagers?" They're even shocked. They're using several tactics of green beret tactics, surprise attacks in the middle of the night. They would usually report that we attacked at midnight or 1:30 at night or 2 a.m. as soldiers were actually coming down um, in the south area of Lebanon, and then boom, within 5 minutes they all disappeared. And last night, several helicopters and ambulance had to rush towards the south area to retrieve injured soldiers. And just this morning, I even got footage of mass rallies in Israel. As you know, there's a saying, the best anti Zionism are Jews. You have up to, I think so, it was like up to 1,000 people on the streets. And of course, the government and the military IDF, they're beating these people with batons and gas sprays. And I commented on this video that it's funny, the fact that they wanted this in Iran, but it backfired on them. You have the people of Israel actually saying no more to war because these guys are getting hammered every day. Yesterday's attack from Iran, they used the Sigil missile, which was quite devastating. And I have footages in my Twitter page.
Do you want to show them? Uh,
I would really don't I would I'm it's my first time on this platform and I'm not quite sure how I could show.
Let me
Uh,
fetch them for you. And are you on a laptop or are you like on
I'm on
the?
my phone.
Okay, so I think you might not have that option, but I can
Um,
basically.
I can. It's
Or you guys could just
not-
go on my I have my Twitter link linked in the in the subheading. You guys can
but
click on it and look into it. And this morning as well, they killed journalists, Fatima. She was a Lebanese journalist, and they killed a school teacher who was pregnant with twins in Lebanon. So I tweeted that only Nicole Telev can do journalism in Palestine and in Israel. Nobody else. And this is the very same lady who made the 40 beheaded babies famous. Um, and we obviously know why she, made up with all these, rhetoric, to boost up her journalism, to get some fame and etc.
Okay. So I'm just scrolling through your Twitter feed. Which one do you
Yeah,
want?
so that's the first tweet of the Pakistan that 20 more ships will be coming. That was just reported just today, right? And if you go, you're gonna have to go very much down. That's Pete. Yeah, so that's Guli, the former intelligence officer, uh, the lady who was speaking up. So she was explaining exactly how the Tomahawk missile is. So, firstly, she demonstrates what is the definition of terrorism because, interestingly, the word terrorism is just so overrated. Not many people really,
You hear it?
not many people know the actual definition of it. And then she explains how these missiles were used. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And these were the drones which were shot in Iran. So, yeah. So I'm demonstrating how people are actually picking up drones. These are American drones. Okay. Uh, Let me see here. Okay. No, I may have deleted. So those were shots fired from Hezbollah. So that's Fatima. So yeah, she was killed this morning in southern of
and
Lebanon. So she was a journalist.
it was a direct hit on her, or was it a missile attack and she happened to be there, or was the
Oh,
missile direct?
so you need to understand that in the southern part of Lebanon, so that's what these guys are trying to do. They want to take the south, and they actually want to take over the river as well, which is in the south. And they, I mean, to put it in a nutshell, they want the south to be another Gaza, pretty much. They're literally calling people in residential homes saying, leave your residence right now or you will be bombed. And these guys are saying, no, we're not going to move. This is our home. We're going to stay here. And I think so. Last week, there was a huge bombing in Lebanon. And it's funny because these guys have violated so many ceasefires, which have been agreed in Lebanon, between Lebanon and Israel. And these guys actually, violated the ceasefire and they're continuously desecrating and bombing residential areas in the southern area. And hence Hezbollah has moved all its force towards the south. And I think so, parso ki baat hai, like day before yesterday, they, they made an announcement, elan kiya tha, okay, we are the south, all right? And hence there's, it's like a little World War Three happening in such a small area. Massive gunfire. Like I have friends in Lebanon telling me that, man, like there's like rockets like flying over our heads, literally from both sides. It's crazy.
I heard the Houthis became activated today as well. That's another
Yep.
development.
Yeah. Houthis. Yeah. So last night, like midnight, officially, yeah, Ansarullah made the announcement that Alhamdulillah, Bismillah Rahman Rahim, we're going to be joining the force. So officially, they made the announcement. I even tweeted that as well, that we have officially joined the war. Right. So let's see how this goes.
So
Because
how are you seeing this progress? Like, do you think Trump is going to find a off ramp in this situation? Is there going to be any mediation? Because I can't see one.
no, no, because firstly, within Trump's own cabinet, log ye keh rahe hain, people are saying कि we don't even know if this guy is telling the truth. We have to rely on the enemy to find out if he's telling the truth. It's that bad. Okay. So when when Khatam al Anbiya soldiers are saying, what do you mean negotiations? There were no negotiations. And they even mocked them. Don't call your defeat negotiations. Right? So there has been no negotiation. The thing is that even though it's a lie, it's a lie. He just has to tweet it on social media. Yeah, there were negotiations. There's going to be a ceasefire. Boom. Stock fire gets affected. The thing is that it's all money, right? Rich people want war because it makes them rich, and they use the lives and the blood of children to make money. And these are all the signs of Qiyamah. Wallah. And sometimes it makes us think, like, how do these people even sleep, knowing the fact that they use human life, they use the lives of children to make all this money. Like, how do they sleep? Like, they're
Probably,
conscious. Like,
uh,
I really don't get it.
they probably just take a NyQuil or post on port.
If these, I wish these people had taken NyQuil, but it seems like they take a lot more than that. A lot more than that. And probably at the end of the line.
But you're
Uh,
right. It does have to do with the rich people doing all of this. I don't understand how can we bring the war to the gates of the rich people then? Because only then will it stop. I mean, right now, a giant such as America is trying its best to, somehow end this war on a note in which they can, stand up, right? Uh, it's the biggest bully that the human civilization and the powerfulest bully, the most evil, big, bad thing that the human civilization has ever seen, right? And the reason why it is thinking or trying to come to the negotiation table is because the effects of war came to their doorsteps, right? The oil was stopped, and then their allies are now pestering them. Europeans are now pestering Americans, and when the missiles started to attack people in Israel, they are, the main rich people. That is the reason why they are thinking about somehow getting out of this war on a high horse. So the only way in which I can think that wars like this can come to a situation where the other side would want the wars to not happen is if we somehow bring the death and destruction to the doorsteps of the rich people, right? How can we achieve that?
Well, the thing is that even if that is a probable cause, number one, the whole collective West has the propaganda machine in their hands. Okay, I mean, you have you know, when Tulsi Gabbard, his intel secretary, Trump's intel secretary, when she told him Iran is not making a nuclear weapon, they don't have any nuclear weapons. Sayyid Ali Khamenei gave a fatwa that having nuclear weapons is not permissible in Islam. However, enrichment of uranium can be beneficial in other factors in terms of healthcare, And when she told him that, what he was in the airplane, and he said, "Yeah, no, Iran does have nuclear weapons, and they're really savage people. They behead babies. So this is the kind of propaganda he's pushing. He wants to push that propaganda, and the main objective for this war is the Strait of Hormuz. It's the oil. You know, uh, back in this was in 19 not 1953. I would say early in the 1900s, when the British had taken over the south of Iran. Winston Churchill, he said the famous words, "Such a grand prize in a fairyland is beyond my wildest dreams," because he had the strait in his kabza, in his control. And in the northern area, you had the Soviets. Well, that's also because, the Qajars, they were just corrupted, and they got bankrupt, and hence all these people started taking over Iran. But he gave the British the southern area, and the war has been going on since. Ever since Iran Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh, when he liberated the Iranian oil for the nation, war happened. The Shah came in. He started involving uh, the Mossad and the CIA, started giving more than 20% of the reward of that oil to the Zionist state, to the Epstein state. Khomeini came up and said, "What the heck is this? No, this belongs to the nation." And now, ever since 1979, this propaganda has been going on so far. So the collective West has the propaganda machine. What Iran, I believe, strategically understands the fact that if you want to crush America, you have to bring you have to crush it economically. Try to bring it back to the Stone Age. Close the strait and allow the enemies of America to take oil, but not America or its allies. Right? And it's affecting America now. Gas prices are going up. The Awam are going crazy. And I think so. Iran is doing a two-way war, right? One on the sea, the navy; one in the skies, shooting missiles. And thirdly, it's economically. So I think this is a good way what Iran is doing, and this is the only way how America most likely can get humbled. And I hope that comes to that point, because Trump, he just sees Iran as another Iraq. That was a big mistake, huge mistake.
No,
It
I
took,
think
it took,
his views have been corrected in that regard, because now I think that now he understands that Iran is not an Iraq. Uh, Iran actually has a nation and a people, and it's not just the uh, diaspora that was infiltrated by Israeli spies. Which, by the way, I once saw that Israel used to have, or maybe still does have, dedicated, uh, units of people that were trained from a younger age to be spies in Iran. They were speaking Farsi in Iranian dialects. They were choosing the people that had a bit of brownish hue, so they looked more Iranian, or would pass as Iranians. So, and I used to think, there came a point where I started to think that maybe the people of diaspora that are claiming to be Iranians are actually not Iranians. So that is what one of the things that came into my mind. What do you think? Is that something that is a possibility, or is that just conspiracy?
So, how do I view the diaspora? They're worse than Zionists. Worse. The reason why I say this because at least Zionists openly has an agenda for its own betterment, whereas the diaspora, their agenda is against their own people, against their own soil, against their own land. This is treason, pure treason. So the fact that when you have 100 plus children being bombed, torn to pieces, you have these guys dancing on the street. You have these women who are dressed up as dancing. And these guys, their propaganda is just unbelievable. Like, I think so. Very recently, there was a 19-year-old wrestler in Iran who got executed. So, um, what's her name? I think so. Oh man, this girl who has a really afro looking like a hair. I forgot her name. I mean, her and the rest of other so-called who claim to be journalists and diasporas are saying, "Oh, look how terrible this regime is. They're executing a 19-year-old wrestler and blah blah blah." So I had to come forth and say, "No, he's not an innocent 19-year-old wrestler. He is a thug. He killed police officers. He caused riots." And there are reports saying that he used even a machete. So this is the thing is that there's a lot of critical journalism that needs to take place for one to even engage with these kind of people who are using this kind of propaganda, and they use this kind of propaganda so the uh, you know the people who they are saying thank you to, thank you Trump, thank you Netanyahu, they actually want them to bomb Iran. So this deception is a deception I've read in books during the time of Prophet Muhammad, during the time of other prophets, of other great leaders of nations. But today I'm seeing this kind of deception before my eyes, and it's really disgusting and it's despicable. Now, when it comes to Trump, I think so. No, he underestimated Iran. He thought that by killing the supreme leader, Sayyid Ali Khamenei, he thought that people would just rush out and just have a regime change. Very similarly, when Saddam was killed, what happened to the people of Iraq? Oh, there was a huge, they took over Iraq. That's what he thought, but it backfired him. People began to mourn for Sayyid Ali Khamenei, right? They started reciting eulogies, protested. And you have these people on the streets uh, doing takbirs, saying Labbaik Ya Hussein. And they're saying that, and there are bombs being dropped upon them, and they're not flinching. They're not hesitating. They're standing on their grounds. This is something which Trump really did not know. This broke his spine, I would say. And this is actually something which Khamenei even said that the progression, and the victory of Iran. It's not really in its military. It's in its people, the faith that the people have, and the faith that the people are demonstrating The whole world is shocked that are we really supposed to fight these guys? I mean, you have women out there in the cold who are standing on their ground and they don't mind bullets and bombs being dropped upon them. So this is becoming a very big eye opener. A lot of people are now waking up. Even a couple of diasporas are even beginning to wake up that, hey, perhaps, you know what? I was lied to. This propaganda that I fell into, I was lied to, and it's not the case.
But you know what? Now I'm just being a devil's advocate here when I'm saying this because uh, my own opinions are otherwise. But there are people who are of the opinion that the reason why people did not take into streets is because just before this war started, there were massive, a little bit before this war started, there were massive protests in Iran. And there are people who are saying that more than 50,000 people were killed by the Islamic regime. Now, uh, is that a possibility that they just killed everybody that they thought would have been in such a situation? Now 50,000 is a very huge number, and I would, even as a devil's advocate, I would not accept that number. But uh, there are people who do say that a lot of people were killed by the Islamic regime. Now what do you think is the reality of that? If there's smoke, there must be some sort of fire, right?
Okay. So what happened was, firstly, is it's funny you gave 50,000. So that's interesting. So some diasporas, firstly they can't even give an exact number. They're giving 30,000, 40,000, 45,000, 35,000, and now you gave 50,000. When Piers Morgan said that the regime killed 35,000, Anna Kasparian said, "Where the hell did you get that number from?" And he had no answer. So, number one is the question is, where the hell did they get this number from? Okay. No one knows where they're getting this number from. Okay. And number two, let's just say, for their sake, not even 50, 30,000. Let's give the lowest number. 30,000 is a town, most likely a city. Where are the mass graves for these guys? Nowhere to be seen, nowhere to be found.
Actually, Mr. Nadeem, I'm sorry, but as a Pakistani, and because we've gone through a bit of similar situations because of Imran Khan, and a lot of people being imprisoned and having a history of people just disappearing. Uh, Making 30,000 people disappear for an army, it's not that hard, to be honest.
No, no,
It
no,
will
no.
take time.
Because the thing is that, look, the whole city, Tehran, Khomeini Square, Imam Hussein Square, all these areas, they're all equipped with CCTV cameras, number one, right? We don't even have the a footage of, let's say, a group of 100 or 200 people getting shot dead or killed. These guys are giving 30,000. Now, you have to understand where is these numbers coming from. They're coming from news outlets from, for example, The Guardian, New York Times, Iran International. And Iran International, for example, is a Zionist outlet funded by Saudi Arabia. So the media can go harsh on the Islamic Republic. So you need to go really hard on these medias to find out how did they get these numbers from. That's not true. In fact, on the contrary, policemen were killed in these riots, right? And thirdly, here's the biggest proof. We have tweets from the US literally tweeting that the Mossads are on the floor with you, right? These riots, which were caused by the diaspora, it was a Mossad operate intelligence program behind these riots. Because you see, this was Trump's plan. He thought that there would be riots, and hence the people would take over and there would be regime change, and hence that did not happen. And the fact that, no, man, having 30,000 people disappear, we're in 2026 now. We would know this. It's not like
Well,
1989 or 1979 that 30,000
maybe
people.
maybe since I'm a Pakistani and uh, Pakistani army is kind of a bit stronger when it
Actually,
comes to
the Iranian state actually admitted to like 3,000 people, and independent human rights institute have said somewhere between 3,000 to 6,000.
Yeah, so firstly, so again, these riots were number one, by tweets that we have. They it were all CIA and Mossad operations behind these riots that did take place, which caused damages, destruction, and killing of civilians and police officers. Was this by the Republic? No. This was not by the Republic. The enemy himself are saying that this was a riot designed by us in the hope that there would be regime change, but there was no regime. Rather, in fact, the very second day, there was a rally from the Republic side in in tens of thousands from Imam Hussein Square to Khomeini Square, and there were no riots, and there were no, like people throwing things, or there were no violence occurring in those rallies. And so the thing is that now this propaganda has actually calmed down now, because now everyone is beginning to realize that, yeah, no one is buying our 30,000, 40,000 number anymore. And these guys are going to continue to make up some new kind of propaganda, because the ethno supremacist like Trump and Netanyahu, they're they're the elites when it comes to propaganda.
well, they are certainly elites, but we are joined by Tatiana. Welcome, Tatiana. How are you doing? We did miss you. Uh, First of all, how are you doing? And secondly, what are your takes in regards to this ongoing war and the current situations? Over to you, Tatiana.
Hello, thank you so much for the warm welcome. Thank you, Shachi, for having me. Maham, lovely to see you. And hello, Mr. Galani. Pleasure to encounter you as well. Um, yeah, I'm
Hello.
doing well. Thank you. I'm honestly, I don't feel like I'm informed enough to have a take right now because I just joined the conversation and I'm just sort of catching up on things. But I am very glad to be here and will jump in as soon as I have something to inquire about.
Uh, no need to have completely informed opinions. You can just say your heart. But anyways, where should we take the trajectory of the discussion from there? Uh, we do know that Mossad has uh, specialized units for infiltrating in Iran, which I have no doubt that they did use, and they did clarify that they are doing that when the riots started, when the American Twitter posted that the Mossad is with you on the streets. Well, no shit, they prepared for it. Uh, then I'm starting to. I don't know if the diaspora is actually Iranians or just the Israeli spies. Are they actual Iranians,
Yes,
Mr.
they
Gilani?
are actual Iranians, and what you'll notice is that they have one thing in common. These are mostly people who came or fled Iran, who were supporters of the Shah. Most of these people you see basically came to Western countries in the 70s and 80s, and now you have their second and third generation. But then again, like in the last 40 odd years, what you've basically seen is that a lot of people who fell out with the regime in Iran, they somehow made their way into the UK, into US, into various other countries, and obviously they have their own grudges with the entire situation. And I hope that clarifies that situation. With that, I also think what we should discuss is something which, again, has not triggered so far, but it's something which is like on a very thin ice. It's the sectarian violence between Shiites and the Sunnis, and that is something which so far has not basically taken root. But for countries like Pakistan, where you've got like 15 to 20% Shia population, countries like Saudi Arabia, again, anything from 10 to 15% people say is a Shia Sunni mix. You've got a large population of Shiites within Turkey. And if something like this was to occur, and this is what takes root in the entire region, that is a huge fault line. And I see people in from various walks of life, whether they happen to be Arabs of Farsi one or Persian origin, within all the way from Central Asia to Pakistan. There are different opinions being formed in regards to that. And there are already these players from both sides who are trying to turn this into a Shia versus Sunni war. And if that was to take place, I believe that's something which is going to be very, very hard to deal with. So I'm going to go to Nadeem. Nadeem, what's basically your take on that? We saw what happened with the Shia clergy just a week ago within Pakistan, how the army chief basically went and spoke to them, and then they retaliated in a certain way, and then
Hmm.
oh,
Hmm. Hmm.
then you had all the outside cheer of warmongers basically trying to heat the situation further. They failed on in this attempt, but that could have really come alive there and then, but it didn't somehow. Go ahead.
So, firstly, number one, yeah, it's a couple of good points that you brought up. Is the tension between the Sunnis and the Shias? I would say this tension has now becoming more less because a lot of things have been, a lot of misconceptions have been removed. Removed in the sense, for example, the rumor that the Shias committed genocide among the Sunnis in the Syrian civil war. Uh, the kind of picture that some Takfirists and Wahhabis like to portray is that Shias woke up one morning, i.e., Hezbollah, went to Syria and started doing a mass murder of Sunnis. Hence, that is not the case. Joe Kent, who just leaked out everything, that the civil war that the Shias were fighting were actually a group of soldiers and rebels who we designed, we placed. It was a CIA and a Mossad operation from the get go. I've actually written an article on this particular subject in where Al Qusayr was overthrown by the Free Syrian people. And it was taken over by Al Nusra Front. Okay. And the head of Al Nusra Front today is who? Al Sharrah Jolani. And those who don't know who Al Jolani is, he is an ex student of Abu Bakr al Baghdadi, the leader of ISIS. And he wanted, and ISIS troops wanted Al Nusra and ISIS to be coalesced, joined together. Jolani said, "No, I don't want to be with you guys anymore. I learned everything from Baghdadi. I know what to do. I'll lead my own campaign." And he was the one who took Al Qusair in Assyria. And that's what Hezbollah was fighting towards too. Joe Kent just now said that we were the ones who put Al Nusra over there. We're the ones who put Jolani over there. So now this rumor that Shias came to Syria and did mass killings of Sunnis, this is false. In this war, did they not forget that one of the greatest assets of Iran was killed? Qasem Soleimani. He died uh, in that war, fighting these Wahhabi takfirists, or should I say, a product of the Mossad and CIA intelligence. So that's one. People are beginning to realize that. And number two, since people are beginning to realize that, and people are beginning to see, for example, a very famous streamer, you all may know him, Sneeko. He tweeted day before yesterday that Iran is keeping the Ummah alive. And that went extremely, Wahhabis went extremely hard on him. How could you say something like that? And he even had an interview with Professor Sayed Marandi as well. And there were many misconceptions removed in terms of Shia oppression on Sunnis. So, Alhamdulillah, I believe people are beginning to realize this. And there are more Sunnis and Shias coming along with each other. Now, when it comes to Asim Munir, he said, if you love Iran so much, go to Iran. To which one of the clerics, for example, Allama Shansha Hussain Naqvi, Jawad Naqvi, Nusrat Bukhari, these are famous clerics in Pakistan who people love to listen to during the month of Muharram. They said, okay, we'll go. But if you love uh, to be a puppet of America, then go to America. So, but they're right in their way too. And from my view, I think it's just fear. What I mean, Shabazz Sharif, this is going to be rubbed on his face for the rest of his life that he gave a Nobel Peace Prize to a person who has, number one, he's in the Epstein files, and you all know, clearly see what he's doing in there. And then number two, the killing of people, civilians, children in Iran. And this is where the Pakistani Awam are now waking up. I think so. There was a footage of some youth destroying the American embassy, and 4 or 5 of them were killed in that riot. So that was a reaction towards this. That how is it possible that our government can do something like that? So then the people, they reacted and they took things into their own hands. And I believe that people will continue to do that. But the thing is that what's really angering me is that doesn't Asim Munir not know that once Israel is done with Iran, does he not know that Pakistan is next? I even made a tweet, and uh this was like what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago. Sorry, this was actually during Ramadan. I made this tweet. Iran nishana hai, Pakistan, no, Pakistan nishana hai, Iran bahana hai. So that's the tweet I made. And a lot of people were, saying, yo, what the hell are you trying to say? That Iran is the excuse, Pakistan is the target. And this is true because number one, Pakistan is a nuclear force. And this is something which Netanyahu will never ever accept. Okay. India already is, from the get go, wants Pakistan to be tampered. And Modi is already going to Netanyahu saying, "You're the fatherland and I'm the motherland." So you could clearly see there's an agenda over here. Why isn't Asim Munir and all the other people in power not seeing this? They can take some action. They can take repercussions now to make sure this never happens. Because we have family, we have loved ones in Pakistan, and we do not wish anything happening to them. But the fact is that I do see how the you know the Western power, how they do have Pakistan subjugated here. And this is something which Imran Khan saw and he was fighting against. And in the Epstein files, you all may have seen that Imran Khan was a much greater threat than Khamenei. In the file, it said Khomeini, but I think so. These guys don't even know the difference between Khomeini and Khamenei. And hence, it makes sense why he's in prison. So, I hope, inshallah, that Pakistan does take the necessary repercussions. It has to be very wary of its next door neighbor, right? This war against Afghanistan, from my perception, it seems like a distraction. So they may not be involved as much into the war between the United States and Iran, but there's a high probability that once Iran is done, all the attention is going to be towards to Pakistan and Turkey. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, and a lot of people in the Shiite circles also were basically bringing this up. The leverage which Asim Munir basically took is because he actually belongs from a family who happens to be like in the middle somewhere. Half of them are Shiites, half of them are Sunnis. So he knew exactly what he was doing, and he knew he could get away with it. And if you notice the way the Shia clergy came out within Pakistan, they came out very, very direct. No other, at least not under Asim Munir, no other clergy from any Sunni factions have been able to come out so directly and tell him exactly how it is. So I believe that that relationship between them was already there, and that's why uh, he said what he said very, very directly. They came out and they spoke from the top of their lungs. They did not hold back either, and it completely fizzled out from there on. I think because he is from the community, that kind of changes and undermines. Say, for example, Ziaul Haq would have made that same statement. It would have been very different. Or, for example, it would have been Bajwa or someone else who would have been the chief of army staff. I think the ramifications and the outrage would have been on a very completely different level, and there would have been other ramifications. What do you think?
Well, Asim Munir needs to understand the fact that there are many Shias in his own army, right, who chant the very same Nara Haidari and uh, attend Muharram processions. Now, what's his religious background in terms of, creed and family? I'm not very sure. But he does need to understand the fact that, yeah, Shiaism does have a huge play in parts.
Nadeem, before you go on, his family background is exactly the same as yours.
Oh,
So you would
so
understand the kind of Gilani background in those
okay.
terms is like a
Is
mixture
he
of,
is he a Gilani like me?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, you can say he's a Hasni Sayyid as well. So not exactly a Gilani, but then what you have is that his wife is a completely practicing Shiite, and you know how it is between the community of what are known as the Sayyids, right? You've got a very bright mixture of both Shias and Sunnis within your families. And now in regards to that, when you look at the procession, I think half, including himself, it's a well-known fact that during Muharram procession and everything else, he's somebody who's been to these majalis. He's somebody who's known in the Shia circles. Hence, there is this confusion about him that half of Pakistan thinks he's Shiite, half of them think he's Sunni, which is a primary kind of an identity thing which majority of people with a Sayyid ancestry have. Go ahead.
Hmm. Okay. Well, then I don't really see an issue with Asim Munir taking the necessary steps, because if that is the case, if he's in the same predicament as I am, um, I don't see anything holding him back other than eh, other than the fact that it's subjugation of the United States, right? So, and that's, like I said, that's pretty much all I'm seeing. And Pakistan needs to be free from this. Pakistan needs to be free. It needs to be its own strong, independent nuclear force. It doesn't need to be subjugated underneath any foreign nation, especially the Epstein nation. So, um, I just hope that Iran and Pakistan actually coalesce together, and they actually have a more stronger alliance. Because if it's and I'm not saying this because, oh, I am being biased and I'm focusing just on Shiism. There's a huge role of Ahl Sunnah in Iran as well. Okay, one of the authors of the Sahasita are all Persians, right? Bukhari, Persian; Ghazali, Persian; Nasai, Persian. All these guys are Persians. They're all from Iran, right? From Bukhara, Sijistan, and etc. So most, and when it comes to the Qadri lineage, hence Gilani, Abdul Qadir Jilani was also a Persian. Hence, many of the attacks recently, which were in Gilan, north of area, is actually where my roots is. And that's where his roots is too, Asim Munir's. So he should understand the fact that yes, he is Pakistani, but again, he does have heritage going back to to Iran, which of course he needs to take into consideration and take repercussion necessary steps. So that's what I would say. And Shabazz Sharif, I mean, I don't have much to say about that guy, anyways.
I mean, even at this point, even he thinks that he has nothing much to say about himself. The whole
Mhm.
international political community has come to the realization that if you want to have any kind of discussion when it comes to Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif is a no-go. Like he's a nobody in there. It's just Asif Munir, and
Yes.
anything that Shehbaz Sharif says is basically it's not worth anything. To be honest, it's like what do we even say? He's we
Yeah.
can't even call him a puppet prime minister because prime ministers actually have some birth. You have to meet them. You don't even have to meet Shehbaz Sharif.
He's
You
a
just
he
go
he's a
directly
Labubu
to
prime
Asif
minister.
Munir.
No, he is a puppet.
So
No, he is a
whatever he
puppet, and
says
all-
is no
and
worth
all
and
No,
strings
valuable.
Sid,
are.
Sid, Sid. He's a Labubu prime minister. He's small and looks a bit evil.
But
He's
yeah,
so he's
um,
very mousy. I mean, think about it. Do you know, like in the unofficial circles within Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif does have a nickname, and it's called Mia Ungal, which I don't know how to translate in. But there we go. I think all the Urdu speaking and those people will understand it's something to do with the finger. So, Tatiana, can you hear me?
I would like to say, guys, thank you for having me. I'm going to be taking my leave. I'll be
No, no.
joining you guys next time, inshallah.
Thank you,
Shaji,
Naveen.
Sid.
And next time I'll inform you in advance in regards to the subject. It was lovely having you here.
Thank you
Uh,
so much.
thank you very
Bye
much.
bye.
Assalamu
Thank you for
alaikum.
coming.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Yes. So, guys, that was the Iran update.
Is anybody going to talk about what Donald Trump said about MBS? Shah, do you have any opinion about it?
Yeah, I saw that, and I just don't know what to say about it because it's almost like Donald Trump is trying to rile everyone up, and he's trying to create anger. I've seen a lot of Saudi Arabians come up with a lot of tweets in regards to that, and they've gone all. The weird thing is the reaction which should have been there is not there from Saudi Arabia. The kind of reactions which we're getting from the Saudi side of things, especially on the social media, is that these people are talking about the end times all of a sudden. You don't hear often that kind of rhetoric coming out from Saudi Arabia. I've seen some major handles talk about the Dajjal is going to come from Iran. I've come across people conversing about the Mahdi is going to be a Saudi Arabian. Uh, uh, so what should have triggered a very different kind of a Trump reaction, instead of having a Trump reaction, what we're getting is an end times reaction, which doesn't really make any sense to me. But there we go.
You think this Trump's age have something to do with the kind of things he says? I mean, he is the oldest prime minister, isn't he? Our oldest president of America. Do you think his age is making him say just whatever? Usually, older people say just whatever comes to their mouth.
I don't know. I think he's very calculated in what
I
he's.
don't think the guy's calculated at all. He just says whatever he feels like.
Yeah, so I think he's very calculated in the sense that he thinks he's always going to win. He hasn't like he's trying to use words to get out of it, and I don't know what other word to use in terms of calculation. He's still just spiking up headlines, like that's what he's done for most of his life. And
So
that's
the rest of the Republican community in US in the parliament, they're just sitting there and like watching him do whatever.
yeah, it seems like it. But now I want to kind of move on to Qasim Khan. I want to move into Imran Khan's son, and some of the things which I'm seeing are like very, very interesting coming out from Pakistan. If anyone's interested in that conversation.
Yeah, go on.
So earlier today, I was like in a space, and it's rather interesting. It's a recorded space, but I don't think I will be playing it over here. And there's this outcry in Pakistan, especially in the Noon League circles, that what Qasim Khan did is like treason, whatnot, and things like that. From what I've gathered, and I did a bit of research in regards to that, and a lot of people in that space would not understand this, is that when, for instance, you're part of a signed agreement in human rights in any part of the world, if something falls under that and nobody else is listening to you, whether the state is right or wrong, regardless, people associated to that person are going to go to and make use of those channels because they're basically listening to you. A good example of that would be that Benazir did it for a continuous period of 5 to 6 years, throughout late 70s to the late 80s. And we've had a string of people doing the same kind of stuff every year from various countries. Now, obviously, if people are going to portray that as that Pakistan is going to be like blacklisted because of that, it's not actually the case. Anyone who's going to bring up something like that, and this occurs every year, and a lot of people from Pakistan do go there. The Baloch have been going there for years and years. The Bangladeshis used to go there when Pakistan was part of Bangladesh. A lot of political prisoners, as well as other human rights activists, bring up their situations in that exact place. So I don't understand what the huge outcry is about.
Aren't they labeled as traitors as well?
Well, so are we going to label Benazir Bhutto as a traitor? Him,
Actually, yes, we did. We did that.
Yeah, we did
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Because
no,
we are living in a world where people
All of the
like
PTI community tagged Nawaz Sharif as a traitor as well.
no, the state labeled Benazir Bhutto as a traitor back in the day when he was doing all of those things.
No,
Because
but
you
the
see,
state also, when Imran Khan was in power, Nawaz Sharif was a traitor, no? It's just a traitor keeps changing. And I don't think
no, I
the
think that
Baloch and
when
the Bangladesh, I don't think the Baloch and the Bangladesh example are valid because they quite literally wanted separation. So that would be kind of considered being a traitor.
you know,
well, what
this
about
whole
like
traitor
for
thing.
example, there are people who are locked up in prison who have nothing to do with politics. Some for religious reasons, some for non-religious reasons.
A lot of journalists were locked in, and there were murder attempts on them when Imran Khan was in power.
Yeah, so that's not what I'm
So
saying.
it is the state that is the
So
traitor.
it
Is
is
that what you're trying to
no, it's
say?
what I'm trying to say is that it's been happening back again and again. It's really not a new thing.
No, but what my
But the problem with this whole situation that I'm trying to explain is that they're trying to they're trying to mess with Pakistan's status over there, right? You're going to the UN, you're going to all these organizations. Go to Israel for all we care. I mean, the traitor thing is fine. My problem with him is that the whole situation is why do you have to go somewhere where they're actually trying to affect Pakistan's economy. That's not going to affect anyone but the normal people of Pakistan. That
Somebody
is like
had my father's house.
I'm,
you're ready to throw the whole Pakistan under the bus
no, that's
just for
incorrect.
one
But if
prisoner.
you were Qasim, if you were Qasim, what is what do
Hold
you will
on,
call
sir.
him?
One
Yazi,
second.
would you not do the same? I mean, I know for a fact that if it was my father, I'd rather the whole goddamn. It's not an Islamic country anymore.
No, hold on,
Right,
I
hold
have
on.
no
Sid, listen to me.
divine
Sid, listen to me.
loyalty to it.
Then,
It can
then,
go
then
to
I
hell for
think,
all
then
I
I think
care.
it's time for PTA, and I think then if this is okay, if throwing Pakistan under the bus is okay with anyone just because he is their father, then I think it's time for Imran Khan. He should be sent in exile, and he should leave Pakistani politics alone because apparently Pakistan is secondary and their father is first, so they should just take him to England.
Pakistan, with which our loyalty was necessary, has been gone for quite some time.
Fine, then if that's the case, then he should just leave for England and never come back because the
Oh,
Pakistan
we
he
said
thought that he
that.
was loyal to is not there anymore.
I'm sorry. It, Was
There are proper
Qasim?
cases on him. You know, there were proper cases on him. Maybe there were some messing up with stuff. The whole judiciary system that Imran Khan used against people as well, right? It was not really hunky dory in his time, right?
What does
So there
Imran
was
have to
these
do with
things.
that?
He's in jail. He been convicted in cases. He's in jail. I don't know.
What?
It really
No,
kind
no,
of
no.
makes no sense. What do you want to
What?
do? What do you want him to
How
do?
can?
If he wants the freedom so much, if he likes the freedom so much, he can just make a deal and just leave Pakistan. Why don't you make a deal and leave Pakistan?
Are you questioning Imran Khan or are you questioning Qasim Imran?
I'm questioning both. I mean, if they like their
How and
father, they should
why?
tell their father to go make a deal, get out of
No,
Pakistan, and be
that,
done with
that's
that politics.
that's a very, I should say, immature way of viewing things. Imran
No, I don't.
Khan did
And
not go
you know what?
anywhere.
I was all for Imran Khan's release all this time, but when going this far, when you put Pakistan, for
Did
example,
Imran Khan go? Did
let me
Imran
give you
Khan
an
go there?
example. Said. Let me give you an example. If it was me, if my father was in jail like this, right? What I would do is I would say, I want him to come out and screw Pakistan. I don't care for Pakistan if they treat my father like that. I want my father to come to England and live with me and forget about that stupid country. That's what I would think. You're going to pretend that you're a patriot and you care about Pakistan so much and then throw them under the bus as well. And their Jewish background doesn't help them as well.
Hmm. Here's the thing.
Is my internet gone bad or did his voice disappear?
Am I audible?
Uh-huh.
Is Imran
Can you
Khan
say
asking and
something?
then pointing it
Can
at
you hold
Imran
on?
Khan.
Sid,
And
Sid, can you hold on?
also, in this
Sid,
situation,
Sid, can
I
you
have
calm
to
down?
speak.
Sid,
Yes,
can
yes,
you calm down
yes,
for a second, please? Thank you.
sure, sure.
Okay, both of you. So this is exactly what I wanted to show. You can see it on the screen, right? What does this council serve as? It's very, very clear. It serves as an international forum for dialogue on human rights. Issues with the UN officials are mandated an expert state, civil society, and other participants. It adopts resolutions or decisions during regular sessions that express the will of international community. So if you look at the council membership, it's there for everyone. Certain cases can be raised over there, certain things are done over there. So first of all, this is a complete mythology. It is a myth which has been created within the Pakistani circles and the media, that this is some kind of a forum which can take any kind of status away from Pakistan. There's no such thing which can happen after somebody goes and speaks over there. All what that will achieve in maximum is that he's going to be heard by certain delegations. It's going to be heard in various places, and it doesn't even necessarily mean that they're going to agree with them. It simply means that certain human rights activists, people in the UN, certain delegations from around the globe, certain other people who are protesting in similar way, are going to be talking about that. In the same council, what you see is like protesters about the weather, about pollution, about various other things. There are over hundreds and hundreds of people just from the UK who go there and they protest against the British government on a regular basis in the same light. You've got people doing that against America over there, but I don't see an outrage in that same way when they are just as candid within their media. So I think this is being projected in a very incorrect way. Pakistan is going to lose some status out of this. There's no status
Um,
to lose.
right. Right. Let me read you something. Referring to Pakistan's commitment under the GSP Plus framework to uphold international human rights conventions, Qasim pointed out several violations, including the arbitrary detention of his father, his solitary confinement, the denial of medical care, the blocking of family visits, and the trial of civilians in military court. Each of these violates those treaty obligations, he said. That's what he said. He
Yes,
is
what's wrong?
definitely after the treaty. He's not just
Hold
he's not
on.
just raising his voice
Okay,
for his father.
hold on. All the stuff which he says is exactly what he's pointing out, that Pakistan has signed these treaties and Pakistan needs to uphold them. If, for
Who
example,
upholds them? Who upholds them?
that's
Let's
not
be
my
let's be
point.
real. Does America upholds them?
Can I
Which
complete?
European country upholds them?
Okay, when you're done screaming, let me know so
I'm
I
not
can.
screaming, Shah. Oh my god, if I get emotional, it doesn't mean I'm screaming.
Yeah, well, if you're going to cut me, then there's no point having this conversation. It's exactly like the space in the morning.
Ah, right.
So
So you
I
tell me.
either complete. I think you guys are too passionate for this
Okay,
conversation.
fine, Shah. Just go on.
No, you now complete your part, and then I'll go step by
No, I'm
step.
done. I'm done. You can speak.
Yeah, it's very, very simple. The thing is, all what he's pointing out that you guys have signed these treaties, and once you've signed these treaties, you have to uphold them. And anyone who's on the wrong side of the law, or so somebody who's being scrutinized wrongfully or rightfully, will go and use these platforms, and they are going to point those things out. Now, show me a country because of using those treaties or these platforms, they've been chucked out of those treaties. There's not one. Is there one?
Oh, so
Shaji,
you're telling me that the new
Pakistan has
world
always
order
been
that they
Pakistan
made
have
is
always had a very fragile relationships like these. It's the smallest of wrong move, and it can be taken away from us. We're not that important in that bigger picture.
Okay,
The rest of the
if
countries, most of them are,
actually
but we're
right
not
now
that
we're the
important.
most important.
so
No,
if hold on, said, if you were removed, if Pakistan was removed from the Human Rights Council, what difference would that make to Pakistan? Please tell me, enlighten me. What would be an economic loss of that? Just be a blacklisted country. Give me. I can give you tons of examples. India, on various occasions, has been blacklisted, and after throwing out Amnesty International from India, various other things, their organizations, their opposition parties, including the Sikhs and the Khalistanis and all kinds of socialists have gone and protested over there on a very regular basis. And they've been doing it for 10 years in a very much extreme way, which nobody from Pakistan has done so far. What's happened to them? They're completely blacklisted. What's the ramification? What status are Pakistanis so worried about?
Isn't this about like the GSP status of Pakistan?
No, it doesn't affect that. That's exactly my point. That's why
But
I
how
read,
do you know it won't affect that?
because it is not related to that.
because the treaty is not related to that. The treaty is about Human Rights Watch.
Yeah, it's just about Human Rights Watch. And when for example, somebody is going to go there and they're going to say this country is not fulfilling or adhering to the rules which they have signed, it's just like a court case, even lighter than that. Campaigns are run, people speak, and that's about it. Nothing
And why
happens.
is everyone reporting that that's what he asked for?
Because he mentioned that basically this is what Pakistan has signed and they're not adhering to that. And
So he is trying to
no,
mess with
no,
that status.
this is no, that status does not get removed from
Actually,
the.
no, Shaji.
So what are you going
Maybe
to
the thing
say?
is,
Hold on, one by one. So what are you going to say if you're going to go to that platform that Pakistan is adhering to this, and so I've come to complain? No, this is how you're going to
If I,
present
if,
your
if I
case.
no, if I go and complain in a place like that, I should forget about Pakistan at all. I should be like, screw Pakistan. I want my father out and to hell with you guys. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna be worried about what the Pakistani think
Yeah, but
about me once I go that far. Once I
here's the
cross
thing.
that line, I wouldn't care about the Pakistanis.
So
I
Benazir,
I
when
don't think that they do, but their
no,
father
Well, I
does.
mean,
hold
they
on,
are
I'm
giving
not asking.
clarification. They're pretending to be some patriotic Pakistani party, so they should just let it go.
Because
I
their
personally think
father is still
let me
there.
complete, man. Let me complete, man. Let me complete. I'll let you speak. I personally think that it's the way forward for the government should be to let Imran Khan go, make him sign something that he is not allowed to come back to Pakistan. Let him go on exile to England, and they can have their dad back.
My question is, when somebody is going to go to international courts or go to a convention like this, what are they supposed to say that Pakistan?
Why are they going there in the first place?
Why did Benazir go there?
But she was just as bad. I
It's
didn't say that. I
almost
didn't
like
say
you're
that she
questioning.
did a great job.
No,
Okay, I
ma'am,
can
it's
then I
all.
can hold
I
on.
mean, I mean, Benazir's husband and children haven't been that nice to Pakistan in their own place. I mean,
Okay, why did Nawaz Sharif's children go there?
same answer.
Okay, so why
This is why I don't trust political
why did
parties.
Shari Rahman go there? Why do majority of protesters and activists go there every year,
Well,
regardless of
all of
party?
these, no, no, no. That's my problem. You think I'm supporting all of them? I don't trust any of these political
So
parties.
why are
After
we?
PTI, can I complete now?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
You know that last I supported was PTI, and after the PTI kind of disappointed me, I backed off and I don't support any party. And I think all of them are the same. And especially because, that's the problem with Pakistani political party. They go to such things, they literally do treason, and then they're allowed to come back again. They should never be allowed to come back again. They should be sent out and told that, you know what, you don't like Pakistan, you think treason is okay, you should stay out of Pakistan. But that's the problem with our authorities, our establishment, or our rule of law, that they're still allowed to come back. So
Or maybe
the
it
same
is the
opinion that I have
state.
for the Bhuttos, I have the
So
same opinion for the
why
Imran Khans,
so
and I have the same opinion for the Sharif. I think anyone who goes to that level that they're going to affect Pakistan, human rights and all these things, fine by me, right? Go there, speak your mind. Go to Israel for all I care and speak your mind. Ask for your father's or anyone's release. But when you start affecting, there's a certain line where when your action might affect Pakistan's trade or economy or
I
something, where
understand
poor people, where poor people will be affected. That is something
that
you don't do.
answer.
That I think is treason.
No, I think that's a fallacy. That's not what that forum does.
Also, I don't think that poor people are affected by it. It
No,
is
no,
only the
hold on.
masters that are
I
affected.
want to ask, would you consider Greta to be a traitor to Sweden? She went there. Would you consider Malala Yousafzai to be a traitor when she went there for in terms of education? Would you
Did
consider
she go against the state? Did Malala go
yes?
against the state? No, no, no,
Oh,
no, no. She went there to give awareness of the Taliban role in what they're doing about the education, right? In the Taliban affected areas. She did not go against the state.
did she
Why do
say
you think that it is the state that is
no? Hold
Pakistan?
on.
Yo,
I
I don't care about any political party. I don't care about
It's not
Bhuttos and
about
the
political party.
Sharifs.
The state is
But
not the Pakistani.
for me personally, if you go that far that you're trying to affect the
no. What do you
livelihood
mean
of
by
normal
going so
Pakistanis, that's
far?
a problem. That's a problem.
No,
If you like your father so much that you go that far, I personally think that establishment should just take up his deal, talk to his sons, make a deal, and send their father back to England in exile.
Yeah, how are you going to make Imran Khan agree to those deals?
Doesn't have to. Their sons would make the deal.
The
can
sons
I
would
say
make
something?
the deal.
Hold on a
If
second.
they like they like their dad so much that they're going that far, they should be okay with making a
No,
deal to release
hold
him.
on. But when you say they're going so far, what do you mean by that? What is that
The whole
forum
the
for?
messing with the
Sid,
GSP
I'm not
status.
asking.
Listen to me. I do not. I do. If they go to, if they talk about their father and how he's being mistreated and everything, yeah, that's fair. Anybody would do that for father. Like if I put up my example, if I go that far that I'm trying to damage Pakistan in a
No,
economic kind of way
I want you to.
for my dad, then I am. Then I should be okay with letting
No,
go of my Pakistani
you
passport.
keep saying that, but like many other people, I want to know how that will affect Pakistan. Please tell me.
Wouldn't that affect the taxation of Pakistani product?
Please show me how.
How?
That's what I want to know. How will it, if, for example, they buy into every single word of what Qasim Khan said, what are the ramifications of that to Pakistan? Please tell me.
Pakistani product export will be reduced because of all the taxation and stuff.
Please show me a source.
Because by
Yeah,
human rights
you guys
watch,
are going into, you guys are going too far into it. Like,
No,
why do I have to explain the GSP to you?
I checked that after this thing became the news.
Uh huh.
On top of that, revisited that because I knew that was a fallacy, and
Mm-hmm.
there is no economic, even if they agree to every word which Qasim said, every single word, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is no economic, social, or any kind of sanctionary kind of ramifications of that speech, even if the UN agreed over that.
but I think Shaji Maham is not speaking from the point of view of practical political ramifications. She's trying to discuss this from the point of view of uh,
No, but this is a
Point.
it's
Hey,
a,
your second. I want to hear a point of view of who or what.
point of view of a person who is what views a person holds towards Pakistan. I think she's discussing from that point.
no, that's not my concern. My question is everyone has basically, specifically the Noon League and a lot of people who don't check, basically have been stating that this is going to have this can make Pakistan lose certain status and there are huge economic ramifications for this. I challenge anyone that what every word which Qasim said, if that council unanimously agreed to every single word and a lot more, prove to me that there will be any kind of sanctions, what kind of economic ramifications or what kind of alienation will that have upon Pakistan, please. Go
Honestly,
ahead.
Shaji,
Because there aren't
since
any, I couldn't find any.
no, the thing is, even since the past 3 years, since we have seen America and Israel do all of those things and break all sorts of conventions, we have come to the realization, the world has come to the realizations that there is no lashback, there are no consequences of doing evil. So even if the Human Rights Commission did have any, sway in terms of economic sanctions or financial degradation, that would have not happened because until you are a puppet of the U.S., until you are being played by the Zionist regimes, you have no consequences, at least not at the hands of the UN. UN right now is just a plaything for the Zionists, for the US war machine. So yeah, there never were going to be any sorts of
No,
So
ramifications.
why
my
are they going to the UN? So why are they going to the UN to release their father if
What
now
that's what they
else
want?
does what
no,
else do
hold
they do?
on. Now that's an interesting question, and I'm glad you're the first person who I've had this conversation with has asked me that in the last 48 hours. Right? It's very simple. It's to create noise. It's because so it becomes an international issue. So other organizations, other countries, human rights organizations, Amnesty, it's a pre-requirement. If they need to get involved in somebody's release and they're going to create certain amount of pressure, that is how things are. Otherwise,
Because
no.
that's how it happens for everyone, right? Amnesty gets involved, UN gets involved, and that person gets released because that's how the world works.
No, it will create noise. They're going to go to
I
anyone.
think everybody already knows. It was all over everywhere when Imran Khan was convicted or in jail. I think in even
No, but the
international
pressure.
newspaper.
Look, when you have to create pressure, even the Palestinians are going there against Israel. But what has it done for Israelis? It just keeps you in the news. He got what he wanted. He wanted certain people to know that they haven't forgotten their father. They haven't forgotten the issue. Zulfi Bukhari was there, right? They know that's not treason, even though somebody might want to spin it off in that way. But that's where Pakistani politics, why I'm interested in this,
So
is
this
that
is all just political. Nobody cares about Imran Khan's life.
this is political. This is
Imran
political. This
Khan's
is
whole life is political
when
at this
when
point.
when 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 a noise and pressure groups are created. What's the purpose behind that? So people can help resolve the issue.
But
At this
do
moment,
they?
well, it depends. Mandela's issue was raised for
Those were
years.
different times. Talk about today.
So you might not agree with the platform. You might think the platform is impotent. Then even less to worry about. I don't understand why people are so angry. Pakistan is going to
I'm
lose.
not angry. I
I'm
don't know
not
why you
you.
think.
I said people, not you. I don't understand why people are so angry in Pakistan, saying Pakistan because of this can lose this status and that status. That's never happened in India.
Because they're honestly speaking, because they're not the only one who can do propaganda, can they? The same can do, state can do the same, no? I mean, they chose that, they went there without thinking about that, and that's how it's going to be, especially their Jewish background, keeping that in mind, keeping that in mind, by most majority of Pakistani being anti-Semites. So that they were going to, it's like tit for tat then. Nobody should be crying about it.
Nobody's crying about it, but as a independent observer, which I like to think I am, I'm going to point out that thing, that situation, and that's exactly what I'm doing. So whenever some Pakistani is going to come and tell me that what actually occurred over there is that they are very anti-Pakistan, and what they want to do is like remove the status of Pakistan
I
from
mean,
this
majority of the
and that.
PTI are turning out to be anti-Pakistani. Have you seen
That's
their
not.
comments on
I'm.
internet? They're literally
Uh,
always rooting for someone to attack Pakistan just because their leaders is in jail.
I
that's not.
think it's because
That's
they think
shifting
that
the goal.
They
That
the
support Afghanistan
that's
and the
shifting the.
TTP just out of
That's
spite of
that is
Pakistan.
also a lie.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Are you
that's
telling me my eyes are lying to
No,
me?
hold on. I don't.
Yes,
I'm not going to let anyone shift the goalpost on this. That's not what my concern is. That's not what I'm talking about. What I want to emphasize on is whenever somebody is using an international podium to basically go and speak, right? It is to raise awareness for whatever they believe in. It doesn't mean anything. It's not going to make Pakistan or any other country lose any kind of status, even if they agree. I don't know what Mujahid's opinion on that is. Mujahid, go ahead.
Hello, Mujahid.
Hey everyone.
welcome
Sorry,
Mujahid. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you guys?
We were talking about Qasim Niazi, talking about his father on an international human rights watch thingy.
Does uh, does that mean that he's a traitor? Does it mean Pakistan can have faced major consequences in if the UN agreed with him?
I mean, the UN itself doesn't agree or disagree on something.
Exactly.
On,
That's another thing. So can you elaborate on that? What is this hoo-ha that because of them Pakistan is going to lose this, that, and the other status?
I okay. So I haven't heard his entire statement. I just saw a clip, so I don't think I can say much on that. But I'm not a fan of. In an international forum, okay, if you have a particular stance or if the situation is such that you must speak against internal issues, I mean, obviously, I feel it should be one should within the internal framework of a country. वहाँ पे, the discussions should happen there, protests should happen there. This international lobbying will have no result. So it's a lost cause. I'm not sure what his goal was.
But
Putting international pressure for the release of Imran Khan, then it's personal, right?
no, but at the end of the day, if, for example, they agreed, or the people there, they all agreed that for every word of what a person is stating, what can be the ramifications for that state. Time and again, people have gone against India and spoken there for over a decade. They've been speaking about Israel. Mandela's issues were discussed there for good 2 decades. Whatever happened out of them? What status do people lose out of that?
Well, you can't compare Mandela with Imran Khan, but this is for individual rights in the state, and if there is something that goes against the constitution, and I believe it is against the constitution and regulations, what is happening with Imran Khan, then it must be highlighted internally, yes, but internationally, I'm not sure about that yet. In the case of South Africa, the situation is completely different, but and it did lead to international support for Mandela.
But it wasn't the Human Rights Watch which did that. Human Rights Watch does not really have much control over sanctions or alienation.
Where did he speak? Was it Human Rights Watch? Is not a UN body.
He spoke in the Human Rights Convention in the UN engine.
UNHCR, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm gonna watch his entire statement before saying anything.
Okay.
Well, you could stream it.
My major point is very simple.
Why don't you stream it here?
Sid, can you stream it here?
Let me check it. If anybody can send me the link, that is better. Meanwhile, I check for the link.
Let me find it. Hold on. Meantime. Mhm.
I found the hour-long whole speech. I don't think that we should be streaming that one. Have you found a snippet that is more relevant?
Or would you be able to recap the main points for anyone in the audience who needs?
I haven't found a video that does that. Mm. Mention what were the main points that he raised. This is the video from Pakistan Experience. It's a long speech. I don't think there's a video out there that just shows his main points. But I did get the main points by prompting AI. It was
I'm deeply concerned by the alarming rise of intolerance and persecution in Pakistan. We are witnessing a systematic campaign to dehumanize and silence specific segments of the population. My father, Imran Khan, has been in prison for nearly 1,000 days. He's the primary target of a regime that treats dissent not as political disagreement, but as a grave crime to be crushed. I've not seen my father in over 3 years. He's held in a solitary confinement cell, a cell built for death row inmates. UN experts have warned the inhumane conditions could amount to torture. This is not neglect. It's a deliberate persecution designed to strip a human being of his dignity. The intolerance extends beyond him. Pakistan has expanded its blasphemy laws to impose life imprisonment, and they've branded citizens as terrorists, fostering a climate of hatred. We ask this council and the OHCHR to urge Pakistan to end this persecution immediately. They must comply with UN working group's opinion, and they must release my father and all political prisoners. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'm deeply concerned by the alarming rise of intolerance and persecution in Pakistan. We are witnessing a systematic campaign to dehumanize and silence specific segments of the population. My father, Imran Khan, has been imprisoned for nearly 1,000 days. He's the primary target of a regime that treats dissent not as political disagreement, but as a grave crime to be crushed. I've not seen my father in over 3 years. He's held in a solitary confinement cell, a cell built for death row inmates. UN experts have warned the inhumane conditions could amount to torture. This is not neglect. It's a deliberate persecution designed to strip a human being of his dignity. The intolerance extends beyond him. Pakistan has expanded its blasphemy laws to impose life imprisonment, and they've branded citizens as terrorists, fostering a climate of hatred. We ask this council and the OHCHR to urge Pakistan to end this persecution immediately. They must comply with UN working group's opinion, and they must release my father and all political prisoners. Thank you. I sit for you today. My father, Imran Khan.
So that's the entire thing. People have extended it if you look at it, moving forward, what you'll see is different kind of people basically saying different things in regards to that. Now, my question is, how is this anti-Pakistan? This is raising a particular point. Yeah. Hello.
I mean, technically, it is about Pakistan if he's talking about all the issues. Well, not really true, but yes, somewhat true about Pakistan in the same issue. And by the way, tell me something. Which citizen has been branded a terrorist?
A terrorist supporter, a militant supporter.
Let's start with
No.
Manzoor Pashtun.
Which? Give me a
Manzoor
second. Understand
Pashtun,
my.
Maran Baloch, there's a huge list.
There's a terrorist.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
are. So that means they're not talking about the same issue, right? Would DTP count in that as well?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
So
Definitely.
calling TTP a terrorist organization is a problem, no?
No, TTP.
No, it's the opposite of what
We cannot equate TTP with Manzoor Pashtun or PYC. So TTP.
It's not
is
about equating. It's about
So
the state
listen to me.
telling
Listen to me.
everybody
Listen to
that
me.
everyone is a
Said, listen to
terrorist
me.
and a
Listen to me.
traitor.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I have been a Manzoor Pashtun supporter too, initially, which I am firm believer of that. If it wasn't for the bad treatment of the state, if they would have heard him initially, it would have been a different story. But the Manzoor Pashtun right now, his party is taken over by Afghans. He speaks the Afghan talking points. He is actually a Pashtunistan supporter at this point. The Manzoor Pashtun in the past was a different case, but Manzoor Pashtun right now, I mean, it's really hard to differentiate the whole thing.
Oh, so you're telling me that the state pushes its people to a situation where they have no other choice but to speak against the state, and then the state calls them terrorists?
Do you think BLA shouldn't be called a terrorist?
Hold on a second. BLA under
BYC and BLA, but we need to differentiate.
No, I'm not talking about BYC. I'm talking about BLA. Do you
That's
think
all
BLA,
right.
because that's the story of the Baloch as well.
No.
Fine, the state made bad decisions, but BLA is still a terrorist organization, isn't it?
BLA is a
Yeah,
recognized.
there's a history behind it.
Hold on, guys, one by one. So BLA is a recognized organization even within this forum where he's speaking. They recognize it. So is the TTV. So both of them are not in there. So having political prisoners and everything else which he spoke about, I don't see that as
Why is it
anti-Pakistan.
that nobody spoke about the political prisoners of Imran Khan when he was the prime minister in all these forums?
They did.
They did.
We did.
They did.
So it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Why, so various
Just because
organizations
it's the
at
same
that
thing
time.
doesn't mean that it's not evil. I do not
Well,
understand
he
why
did
people
it.
do not.
Well, he did it.
Well,
Oh my God.
so the thing is, this is what I've pointed out on various occasions, that when People's Party's prime minister was removed forcibly, uh, I was against that. When Zardari was prosecuted, I was against that. When, for instance, Nawaz Sharif was prosecuted and his wife died in the process, I was against that. And now, when it's happening to Imran Khan, I am against that. So the fact of the matter is that for people who are consistent in those regards, they also exist. So it doesn't work. It happened in their time and it happened in their time. It's showing a complete pedigree of Pakistani politics in terms of how ruthless and how inhumane they can become. It basically proves that point. So I
So
don't
they
see
all
it.
deserve the treatment.
Oh my God. It has nothing to do with. Do we even have right now a
So
iota
you're
of.
trying to tell me that the establishment having its woe around their neck is actually a good thing. Otherwise, they would have actually driven us more crazy. By the Pakistan, they would have destroyed Pakistan even more. That's what you're trying to tell me.
It's the establishment that is destroying Pakistan.
No,
No, no, no,
hold on.
no.
I don't want to go into the establishment. I want to come back to Qasim Khan's speech. I want to ask, in terms of what he said, in terms of principle, how can this statement or this small speech be considered anti-Pakistan? The guy is simply
Isha,
highlighting
you're not going
certain.
to find.
And can you guys let the other person finish before you open the mic, rather than interjecting, so we can actually have a conversation? Thank you. So now I've lost the train of my thought. So there you go. Thank you. Said. Now
Okay,
you.
the
Yeah, I was
statement.
just trying.
So is
I was just trying to point out you can't make an opposition by just repeatedly asking the question, Shah. I don't think Maham is going to say that yes, he is a traitor.
I'm
I
not
am
asking.
on the other side.
So if that's the point you want to make and what you think is not what I'm interested in, I'm conversing about facts and I've remembered what I was saying. I want to know within that speech, how is that anti-Pakistan? It's highlighting certain principles. If, for example, somebody thinks that because one party did incorrect, the other party has a right to do incorrect as well, that is not really adhering to principles. Thank you. Now you guys continue.
That is not my point. And Sid, to answer your question, I never said that the establishment is doing a fabulous job. I'm just saying that if the politicians were in control, it would have been worse.
The politicians that are made by the establishment,
You know what?
well,
They can only help them, help prop them up. The rest of the decisions they make on their own.
like what?
Look, we're again deviating from the thing. I want to know, Tatiana, you heard that. Mujahid, you heard that. Maham, you heard that. Sid, you heard that. Right? How is this anti-Pakistan? What he said? Please explain to me. I want to know.
Well, I'm not on the side of it
I'm not
being
asking.
anti.
Not asking what side you're on. I'm asking a very simple question. I'm asking, in that statement, what is anti-Pakistan? He's urging, from what I heard, this is my opinion on that. He's urging a particular body on a particular podium, basically stating that this is what they've agreed upon. This is a violation. This is occurring within Pakistan, and he's highlighting that. How that can be
My,
as anti-Pakistan
let
is
me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because it was used for personal purposes. If these Qasim and whatever his other brother name is, if they would have went to UN when their father was in power, because all these things were happening then as well. If they would have gone there, then I would have said yes, they care about the country, right? But they did it for their own purposes. If Imran Khan was not in jail, they would have never gone there. They would have never cared about what violation is happening in Pakistan.
their primary reason for going there is their father,
Then they
and
should have focused on that. They did not have to bring the whole all of the issues of
it
Pakistan
wouldn't
in
work
it,
that way.
pretending that they care when we obviously know that they don't care. They don't care about their father.
When you go to a court or any kind of an organization, you have to build a case on why it is wrong that you're raising your voice, and it's
So,
under human
Shah, do
rights.
you? No, but I don't understand how you don't see it. That it was for his
Okay,
own
so if
personal
somebody,
purposes. It was not because he cared about Pakistan. It was not because
Nobody
okay,
is talking
he
about.
cared about the human right violation. Otherwise, I can send him a list of all the journalists who've had murder attempts on them in Imran Khan time just because they went against the state.
so
Why don't he talk
basically,
about
if
that?
I have no, basically what you're saying is that if I have not been a lawyer or an advocate for somebody else, I have no right to advocate for a member of my family, and
No, no,
I
no.
cannot use
Advocate for your
logic.
family all you want. Don't drag other issues in it, like pretending to be some
Look,
human right
How
activist
am I
when
supposed to
you're
not
clearly
drag
not.
other issues?
When you're clearly
How,
not. You're clearly not. When you
hold
didn't
on,
support all those
how
people who are getting
hold on.
who are being murdered, who the state was trying to murder when Imran Khan was in power.
Hold on. See that.
You did not condemn the part when your father said he was not going to go to the Hazara thingy. You know that whole thing happened just because he wanted them to bury them before he went there. He did not condemn that part.
Hold
But
on.
oh my God, Pakistan is violating this and that just because his father was in jail. Because Pakistan was heaven when Imran Khan was around.
No, can you please explain to me and tell me how should he have gone there and raised that? He's not an activist. It's very clear he's not an activist. He's never claimed to be an activist. He doesn't. There's no
First of all,
pedigree.
I don't understand when was the last time UN have actually resolved anything. If they really
That's
want
not
their
the
father
question.
out, they should make a deal with the state and get him out instead of going around and calling Pakistan this hell on earth that
Are you
everybody's.
deviating my question on purpose?
No, I'm telling you that.
I'm not
Hadi, I don't.
interested in how powerful the UN is and not. I don't really care. My question is again, and I would like you to tell me, how can somebody raise a case in such an environment without pointing out how it is wrong? They have to go into where the laws are being broken. They have to highlight that. Otherwise, it makes no sense. That's how you build a
I'm
case.
not. No, 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 no. First of all, if you are going to make a case like that, right? I mean, first of, I'm just saying that it's not genuine. All this human right violation in Pakistan. The concern is not genuine. The only time you just release Imran Khan and all these Qasim Rama Wasims would just
What's his
disappear. Then
concern?
they wouldn't care about what's happening in Pakistan. They wouldn't care about what UN thinks about Pakistan.
So
So
what?
using a
No, let's
podium
dissect it.
like that to get your personal
No, I'm
issues,
going to
just
ask
because
you.
you're upset, just because you're angry, and you
Hold
go
on.
there and you start.
Yeah. Bill Scam Rescue Artist. Hello.
Yeah. Uh,
Hold on, Sid.
Ma,
I'm going to dissect this rather because you've got a
You
habit
didn't
of.
even let me complete, but okay.
No, because you're not dissecting the thing, rather than what you're doing is you're giving a predetermined opinion. Go ahead, you complete, and
I'm
then
not.
I.
I'm not giving a predetermined opinion. I'm just saying that if they cared about they cared about Pakistan so much, they would have raised their voice when their father was a prime minister, and journalists were being picked left, right, and center, and people were dying in Pakistan of the same oppression. The BLA was there, the TTP was there, Manzoor Pashtun was there, Marang Baloch was there. Most of them were there, right? So when it was happening at that time, and they didn't care about it, they shouldn't have brought the whole all of the Pakistani issues in that. So if they wanted to make a case for their father because of that, then you know
What
what?
what
It's a bit.
what?
It's not
So
genuine.
I hold on.
and did you
You're
condemn Hamas?
Yeah, Sid, can you like please be quiet for a second? I waited patiently in those regards. Or you go ahead first. Go ahead. You guys fight it out first. I want to in the end dissect this. Go ahead. You
Well,
go.
my point was the points that she's raising, they are as same as how the Zionists say, "Have you condemned Hamas today?" That was the whole point of it.
And how is that going to resolve the
You're
issue?
you're you're saying that the Israeli, no, you're saying that those journalists they were trying to murder, and the TTP and Manzoor Pashtun back then was Israel, and now they're Palestine.
No, I'm saying that
No, then your
things that
example
are,
makes no sense whatsoever.
of course
Okay,
it does.
so now you've said, do you have something more to say?
No, no, carry on.
Are you going to interject when I ask a question?
Definitely.
No, you. If I'm asking you a question, I'm asking both of you simple questions, right? So answer them rather than giving a counter argument. If you want to analyze this, right? Tell me without jumping onto anything else. Why do you think they went there? Is it because they care about Pakistan? Is it because they care about human rights? Is it because
Nope.
they care about their father? Why did they went there? Why
Yes,
did they go?
because they care about their father, maybe.
So we've got that out of the equation that they care about Pakistan or they care about human rights, right? Correct? In this case, I don't know what kind of
Yeah,
people they
Yeah,
why
are,
yeah.
should they?
Go
right?
on.
So those two things are not going to be discussed over there in regards to that they went there because they're very patriotic Pakistanis or they are concerned about human rights. Okay, their primary concern is their father. So that part is clear. Point number two, if they are going to present that their father is in prison, other people over there, wherever you're going to be speaking, they're going to be asking, he might be in prison for the correct reasons. Why is he in prison? What should they say?
I mean, he is the Al Qadr case and all. I mean, pretty much.
No, that's not a decision from the courts
So,
as
so,
yet.
so,
If
so
they're
they
going
were, they were dishonest. So they just honestly use other situations against Pakistan. Then that there is any criminal can just go to UN and say
and
such
every
things.
criminal does have a lawyer. Every criminal does have a lawyer, and every lawyer who is representing that criminal, even if that person is a rapist or a murderer, is going to talk about his mental health. He's going to talk about all those things. Tell me what they should have said to build their case, please. Go ahead, enlighten me.
I don't know. I think going there in the first place was stupid.
Where should they go?
They should go to the establishment and make a deal.
If they're
If
not
they care
part of,
about their dad so much, they should
no,
go to
no,
the
hold
establishment,
on.
make a deal, get their father out, and end of story.
Yeah, they should wear the shackles. They're very comfortable.
They won't be wearing the shackles. They'll be in England. And they're already Jewish, so they are the one giving you the shackles.
Number one, I think we should basically keep this in mind that Jemima Khan is still considered to be a Muslim, and both of them have openly said they're not Jewish. So I don't know what kind
I'm
of
not saying
Muslims
that, is
they
it, but their
are.
mother, Judaism is not just a religion.
I don't want to get
No,
into a
No, but
theological.
I was just pointing it out for state.
So
I don't think like that. All the
can
shackles and
can
stuff. I
I?
don't think like that. He's the one who always cries
So
about shackles. So I just wanted to remind him that.
okay,
okay,
I
I did
want to
not
know.
first of all know that Jemima
Can
is
I
actually.
fucking get back to the case, please?
You're not going to get any answer because none of us actually are opposing your point. You can't make us oppose your point when we don't.
Said, do I have your permission to speak?
Yes.
Then shut up. Thank you. I want to know, we've dissected one part. Can you tell me what should they have built their case on? I don't care if you think
I
he's a
just told you what they should have done if they really cared about their
no. I'm
father.
talking. I'm talking about that particular
That's not
point.
my problem. That's not my problem. But
No,
from
it's not
when
a
you see
problem.
it
I'm
like
talking
that, it
about.
does sound
I
like
am
that.
talking
Pakistan would
about.
make its own case
Oh my
against it,
god.
won't they? Like, no, no, no. Let me speak now. If they're gonna go to such events or conferences and they're going to make such case, another case is going to be made by Pakistan against them, right? Why do they think this is going to help them? When have UN last helped anyone? It's almost like they don't care.
Again, my question is that can be your
But
opinion.
that's not my problem how they make
Can
their
I
case.
interject you? Okay, go ahead. Finish. It's not your problem.
No, I've said it to like this is the third time I'm saying it. It's not
No,
my
no.
problem
It's
and my issue to
I.
make
I
a
am
case for
trying
them.
to.
If I'm going to listen to me. If it was me, if I was it was me instead of Qasim, I would not pretend to be some patriot or someone who loves Pakistan when I'm going to make up a case like that against
When
Pakistan
is
because
he? So my question is, when has he claimed that he's a patriot?
well PTI Lord do Imran Khan do.
No, I'm asking a very, very simple question. In this statement,
So
did he
as people are calling, if he's still not saying that he's a patriot,
you
he
see,
doesn't care about
I'm
Pakistan, then it's
trying.
okay for Pakistani to call them traitors or outsiders.
Do you think he's an insider? Has Imran
I
Khan ever
don't.
claimed he's an
Well,
insider?
he's trying to save his father, who is an insider, who was the prime minister of Pakistan, who claimed to be the biggest patriot in this country. It's the Sadiq and Amin.
I
Again, I'm
think
going to go. Sit, be quiet for a second, please. I'm going to go back and ask you that same very question, right? They've gone to that podium which you don't agree with. What should they build their case upon?
This is like the fourth time I'm saying this. That is not my problem. It is not for me to see how they did
Oh,
it.
I'm
Whatever
looking
they
at
did
it
it,
as a
they
case
were going
study.
to come off as like this. It's the way they came off.
You're
They were
talking
always
about.
going to be cornered like that. Don't you know that the single things
I am
if
not.
PTI does anything, and they're considered traitors, and then they go
I
to
am
this
looking
international
at
podium.
this
Oh my
as
God, you don't even let me speak. Then
because you're not talking on the subject.
I'm literally talking on the subject. That is
No,
not my
I don't think
problem.
I am not asking you if it's your problem or not your problem. What I'm asking you is if you look at this as a case study, if you're going to go to such a forum or even a court, how will you build what will you relate it to? Now you've taken it out yourself. We've agreed it's not patriotism. They don't care about Pakistan. What do they care
But
about?
then why is Qasim giving justifications then?
What what justifications?
Yeah, he actually tweeted and justified that I didn't
He's
do
saying
this and I
exactly
didn't
what
mean
I'm saying.
this. Hmm?
He's saying exactly what I'm saying, that he basically went there. He
Mhm.
basically invoked the fact that his father was in prison. He invoked the fact that other cases like that exist. He invoked the fact that the treaty basically exists, and Pakistan must adhere to that. Now, if it's a violation or not a violation, that's another thing.
Tell me something, Shaji. Shaji, tell me something. It's just an imaginary scenario, right? The political status or the geopolitical status of the world right now. We saw how Iran was attacked, making Crown Prince the excuse of giving freedom to Iran, right? We know that's not the case, right? But they still used it. If tomorrow Imran Khan as a prisoner was used by Israel or any country to attack Pakistan, because of all this, would you still think that it's a great thing that they did?
You think Israel is going to attack
No,
because of?
but what if? I'm just saying, what
I think
if it can be considered wrong,
I don't
it is
really.
considered an attack on Pakistan. It is considered an attack on Pakistan. You can look at it however you want. It is an attack on
How?
Pakistan.
Please explain now. Like I've
You know
explained.
all the things that he had to say to UN. Oh,
Like
Pakistan
listen,
does
listen.
this, Pakistan
Like
does
like
that.
like I dissected point by point.
Mhm.
Please dissect and prove to me that
First
it's
of
a.
all, I don't go into details of things because I might confuse it with other stuff. But My point is that didn't he say stuff like, oh, human in Pakistan is doing this, there are citizens who are called terrorists, which is, I mean, in Pakistan, a lot of citizens, let's be real, there are citizens who are terrorists. The members of TTP, members of TLP, and the members of many other organizations who are mucking about in Pakistan, they would be called terrorists, right? Manzoor Pashtun is running on one agenda at this point, right? So picking out all these issues and talking about just so for the release of your father, why didn't he ask for the release of Maharang Baloch? Why didn't he ask for that? No, he didn't, because he was using all of the Pakistani issues to work on his case, right? So that would come kind of in a being a traitor, right? You're misusing a whole country. You're messing with the image of a whole country for your father's release. That is a problem. I mean, however you want to see it, that is a problem.
And persecution in Pakistan. We are witnessing a systematic campaign to dehumanize and silence specific segments of the population. My father, Imran Khan, is
Right?
Specific
you listen?
segments of the population, who are they?
Hold on. His primary case over there is his father's release. His
That's what I
secondary,
said.
no, that's what he said as well.
No, that's what I said. That he's
That's what
using
Qasim said.
Pakistani over. He's
Hold on,
he's
hold
defaming
on.
Pakistan by saying that, oh, we're pressure, we're dehumanizing a certain community. Which community? You mean the TTP? All of the PTI lot, all of the Pashtun and all of the Baloch, they're living okay. I mean, no, fine, there are issues in certain areas, but they're not being completely dehumanized because of their certain community, right? As a whole, saying that the whole community is dehumanized, that is actually wrong. If he thinks TTP is a community that is being dehumanized, well, I've got news for him.
Did he mention the TTP?
Well, he didn't mention anyone. That's even worse because he didn't mention which community. He's
Well,
just
I'm
saying
going to.
randomly, he's just throwing words.
Hold on. So, I have basically applied for uh, a list of the details of the minutes of this meeting, which I'm going to receive tomorrow morning. In that, it will be very, very clear what organizations and which people were basically considered under that who've been named terrorists, and what organizations were basically supporting him, and who else he and his statement has been bracketed with. And as far as I know, as from the top of my head so far, because I haven't seen the list directly, I've spoken to a few journalists, and what they have so far told me, that it's none of the designated terrorist organizations. Mujahid's gone, but he was trying to
So
make that.
who are those communities then?
So
If it's
so
not
I'm going
TTP,
to
if it's
have
not
a.
BLA, who is he talking about?
He's talking about Marang Baloch, for instance. He
He's
hasn't
not a,
named
she's not a
her.
community, she's just one woman. She's
He's
talking about community.
he's
You can
referenced.
rewind it and read it again and
So,
listen to it
so
again.
hold on. So, like I've said again, I go by the information which I have at hand at this moment in time. And I'm not going to speculate, and neither should you, that he's talking about TTB.
Yeah, so hear me out, hear me out. You know, Shah, good for you that you're going into the depth of it, but majority of the people don't. Right? So they're going to listen to him, they're going to hear what he says, and they're going to say, okay, he's anti Pakistan. He's just defaming Pakistan. That's how it's going to sound like. If not everybody's going to go, oh, I'm going to ask for the minutes of the
So,
meeting and then I'm going to decide
the
what's
the
going to
purpose,
happen.
I'm not interested in what majority of people are going to think or don't think. The purpose of this channel and these discussions is to find out the truth, and that is why it is important. And the fact of the matter is that there is a middle ground in this situation, where it is time in the long run, where for instance, every time somebody is basically persecuted, whether that person is rich or poor, whether they are from Noon League, PTI, or wherever, and whenever somebody disagrees with the establishment, or when they agree with the establishment, they basically scrutinize the other party, That part of society needs to get desensitized, and that's a huge issue in Pakistanis. And I actually do not condone that. And that's the very purpose of why we're having these conversations. That's the very purpose of why this podcast started. That's what we are all about. So if we're not going to get into those details, then we might as well close up and go, because at the end of the day, 90% of people are doing that. And that's exactly what we're here to basically debunk.
Fine, then we won't discuss it if it bothers you so much.
It's not bothering me. So what do you mean?
Clearly, you look bothered.
I think you're just trying to gaslight me, and I think I said completely the opposite in regards to that. That I am the one who's saying discuss it and try and prove to me, and I would like someone to prove to me what are the ramifications of this to Pakistan. If, for example, every single person who heard him there, every country's representative, any human rights activist organizations, any one of them, if all of them agree, what are the ramifications of this to Pakistan? Please go ahead, enlighten. What will happen to Pakistan?
I don't know, the same ramification the Crown Prince Raza Pahlavi had for Iran.
What kind of a response is that?
That is the kind of response he goes muck about saying such things as well, doesn't he?
So what has that done to Iran?
Well,
Yeah, go ahead, tell me, enlighten me. Go ahead.
I mean, why do I have to tell you? Like, can't you see?
No, what has it done in terms of you think Reza Pahlavi created this war?
No, but he somehow had played a part in it.
Obviously, he's one of the cheerleaders, but do you think he's a power broker? Do you actually believe that?
No, I don't think that, but he plays the same role as Qasim would.
You can basically. I don't think that
I just as
my
consider it an unbiased
I
opinion, even if you don't agree. I don't think personally that organizations like UNs or these things are doing anything good for Imran
that's
Khan.
not my
Or
thing.
even no, let me just complete now. For him or his family, right? Qasim going there, it had no good effect on what Imran Khan is going through, right? And in fact, I saw some PTI supporter who became anti-PTI after that, right? My point is that if he really cared about his dad, he would make a deal with the establishment and get him out of Pakistan. His political career is over anyway. He can't do much about it. So why not just make a deal and get your father out of there if you care about him so much? If this is about two men's ego, why is the whole Pakistan paying the price?
Listen, I'm going to go back to that speech. I want to know, as a logical person, can you explain to me?
I just don't understand what is the purpose of the speech. What will it do? Does UN have any power other than, I don't know, maybe bring war, which is, we don't know that. But other than that, how is he going to do that?
So you
I
The
don't
establishment which is in power, they don't spare anyone. How is this going to make a difference?
so
Please
do
tell me, what
you
is this difference? Does it make?
I
so
don't
do you, go
I'm sorry. Just very quickly, if I may. I don't know if the UN itself has any power specifically, or that they're going to leverage it in time, even if they do, as we've seen in the past, as you mentioned, Maham. I think, to Shashi's point, it is about sort of awareness raising and making a high profile international case. And I hear your point, and I can like feel the pain that you feel that Pakistan has been affronted by the claims that he's making. However, I see where Shaji is coming from is that he's making this argument on behalf of his father, as you said, a very personal argument on this international stage, but so as not to be seen as just being personally motivated. He also to bolster the argument, has to make it about more than just his father, which it brings in all the other mentions of what's going on in Pakistan. Because it's also, I think, about trying to hit as many potential buttons as possible, like whatever it takes for people to feel like they have interest in it to stand up. So like if they might not be so invested in Imran Khan or what happens, but they may be more invested in like, you know, the human rights region, like more broadly. And so like he's probably just trying to build a coalition, but first and foremost, as Shashi said, just trying to make a good case. And I can see why you take that as an offense to Pakistan. I feel like he's just out to protect his father, like you said, and he's trying to build as big a case on an international stage as possible for UN's ears or for whomever will listen.
Yes, I agree with all that part. But what I'm trying to say is,
And
what
what
is
but
this going to achieve?
hold on. So now, for instance, when since this speech has gone viral, and everything, a lot of organizations have joined hands who were not there and part and parcel of this. So if you agree with what she just said, that's exactly what I've been arguing for the past 1 hour nearly. So now you've kind of agreed.
No,
So
you didn't see it as a bad image for Pakistan. So you do
no,
not
so
exactly agree
so
with Tatiana.
hold
Dragging
on.
the whole Pakistan for your own personal purposes
I was
is shady,
no
right? Especially in a podium where not much is going to happen.
that's
Let's
so,
be
so
real. If he really wanted to save his father, he would have just made a deal with the establishment.
that's a very Pakistani thing to say, and I
But
don't think.
that's how it happens in
Okay, can I
Pakistan.
once do you want to say something else so I can complete what I'm saying? Like you had the courtesy to listen to Tatiana, can you have show me the same courtesy?
You keep cutting me off, but okay, go on.
Okay, no, I'm you speak first. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. You can speak.
Okay, it's very simple. I that was stage two. Uh, in terms of what Tatiana said, you agreed. Now we're going to come to the aspect of the third part, which is what are the ramifications maximum in terms of what and how it would affect Pakistan. Now, in terms of Pakistan's image, yes, obviously, that's not rocket science. But does that mean it's against Pakistan, or his actual primary intention is to demonize Pakistan, or it's going to have any ramifications on Pakistan? That's the final part of this conversation. What effects will it have on Pakistan? What effects and what alliances can we basically gain from that? That's the end part. We hadn't come there. You're jumping onto that by saying that I'm saying it's not going to have any ramifications in regards to imagery. Yes, there might be some imagery issues, but this is how conflicts get resolved. If it becomes a huge international issue, then even the establishment will kind of have to speak to the family. This happened at the time of Nawaz Sharif. When Nawaz Sharif was in prison, 1999, go and check. Again, what Hassan Nawaz did at that time, he went and spoke to the international community. There was international pressure. The Saudis kind of backed his son, and they basically spoke to General Pervez Musharraf at that time, and that is what saved Nawaz Sharif from one shore execution. That's where it was headed, because what Nawaz Sharif was caught for or done for was a huge treason case of basically hijacking and landing a plane mid-air, from which Pervez Musharraf had to basically make an emergency evacuation because that was headed towards India. So,
You just said the same thing, but in the long way. At the end of the day, he'll have to speak to Asim Munir about it, right? The Saudis were the Nawaz Sharif's friend, which Imran Khan alienated because he was being an egoistic maniac. So I don't know who's going to speak in his behalf to Asim Munir, Donald Trump or some goldsmith. I don't know, but it's the same thing. They could have just taken out this part instead of proving themselves or
So
whatever,
the
and just went to Asim Munir like
so
Nawaz
why
Sharif's son went to the
ho-
that time dictator to
no
release Nawaz Sharif, didn't
no, they did
they?
not go to the dictator at that time. The
Mm-hmm.
dictator at that time was made to listen to by the Saudis. It is on record.
Yeah, because he was friends with the. They were friends with the Saudis.
Yes,
Who are Imran Khan's
yes.
friends? The UN. The UN cares about
So,
Imran Khan.
hold on. Now, this is where it's important. Now, because of yesterday's speech, this was raised in the Lords. House of Lords had an entire committee meeting about this. It's going into other countries as well. Some Muslim countries, including Turkey, are taking note of that. And they are the ones who are going to be speaking to the establishment when they do, because that pressure comes in. In Nawaz Sharif's case, and I'm talking about the 1999 exile, that only occurred because the Saudis pitched in. So they're trying to generate international pressure. If you look at the time period of how Hassan and Hussein Nawaz basically got the international community together, it's exactly the same thing. They used everything under, they even went to Vajpayee.
So why don't he just Imran Khan just make a deal with the Saudis?
Why did Nawaz Sharif was not able to make a deal in 1999? Why did the Saudis have to pitch in? Why? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
My
Why
internet
did
went bad. Why don't he? If that's the way to go, why did Imran Khan just make a deal and go away? Because Nawaz Sharif
it,
went
it's
away in
it
exile.
Nawaz Sharif went away in exile because certain people gave guarantees in 1999. If they would have not given those guarantees, Imran Khan don't have those guarantees.
No,
Imran
Imran Khan was given deals as well. He rejected them.
Khan, I think Imran Khan is in a situation right now where
Yeah,
he.
he what he wants is to
Now,
be
let me
released and to
speak.
be reinstated as the prime minister of Pakistan.
Imran Khan, if he leaves the country, potentially is more dangerous to the establishment than he is in prison right now.
Oh, that's blackmailing.
No, that's not blackmailing. That's a hard
So
fact.
Imran Khan is just going to blackmail people into forgetting all his cases, the Al Qadr case and the Tosha Khana case and all the other
You
cases.
want him to make a
Everybody's
deal
supposed
out
to
of
shut up about his criminal activity and his
Listen to
wife
what I said.
especially. And because just because he's dangerous. So what
Did
are you
you listen
suggesting that
to?
he should be kept in
So
jail?
that's. Did you listen to what I said? Do you think that Nawaz Sharif, even now he's in London, basically went out without guarantees?
Musharraf wanted to hang him. That's one thing, right? Imran Khan was given deals that he rejected.
Yeah, what deals? Please tell me.
I don't remember honestly. I have a bad memory. So, but he was continuously given deals. He just rejected them all. He kept coming against the war. He could have just said, "Fine, you know what?
That's
I made a
actually not
mistake."
true. I basically invite you to go and research and come back to me with a hard fact that Imran Khan was given a deal in that way, especially after the last elections. You know as well as I know, one thing people cannot deny, even though I don't support Imran Khan, majority of Pakistanis do. He is still the most popular politician in
Who
Pakistan.
decided that?
Who decided
Who
what?
decided that? Just because a few people on social media is crying about him, that's what decides majority. I don't know. People around me that
Last
I see.
elections. I'm
Huh?
not talking about the current state. The last elections, Did you see the results? The
Well,
party
you
PTI.
well, Benazir was killed. Zardari won that election with a landslide. Doesn't mean was very famous among the people. It was just though he was playing on the sympathetic side of the Pakistani people.
So basically, you on YouTube, your own reference now, basically claiming, can I should I play your own video in 10 minutes, where you basically claimed yourself
Mm-hmm.
that he is the most pop. This elections have basically proven that he is still the most popular
Well,
leader.
you know what? People grow up, they change their mind.
No, but what that's not facts don't have minds.
Facts. I don't think that is factual. At the end of the day, when you think about it, isn't it the same case that when Benazir died, Zardari won the
So
whole
that's
election?
also a fact that at that time, for
Well,
whatever.
maybe I was not thinking straight.
No, that's not the thing. But
Maybe I felt like it was an
hold
injustice to
on,
Imran Khan till I
hold
was told that he brought all those riots just because his ego was hurt, just because Khan's ego was hurt, so all his people were rioting.
hold on. So
So maybe then I realized that he was actually playing on people's sympathy.
hold on. So when Adolf Hitler basically came into power, he was, nobody can deny, he was the most popular leader in Germany at that time. That's a fact. Whether it was for a
So you
different,
do accept he's in comparison with Hitler.
no, I gave an extreme example. See, that's what happens. I think that's again
No,
a very
you know what?
just
During
a
the PTI
second.
government, during the
You're
PTI government, a
interfering.
lot of people were not happy with it. I was not a PTI supporter at all during the
No,
PTI.
but what you're doing
Rule.
is
But what
saying,
happened to PT? What happened during
no,
the?
no, hold on.
Let me just explain myself, man. When I PTA was in power, I was the biggest, critic. I had issues with this and that because I was seeing what KPK, what was happening in KPK. But when he was removed, the way he was removed, I became pro PTI because I felt like it was injustice against Imran Khan. A lot of people might have come with that mindset that they think that what happened to Imran Khan was injustice.
So
Even during those riots, a lot of people who were anti-Pakistan started supporting PTI because of being aligned in their ideology, right? So I don't think that would
that
make them the most
when they
popular party in
when
Pakistan,
we
especially not right now, especially after what Qasim did when their own PTI supporters, their own PTI
what
reporters who were
Qasim did, what
PTI
Qasim,
supporters
hold
said
on.
that they cannot support it.
I think this notion where people criticize or go and appeal on international podiums or national podiums within Pakistan needs to be desensitized. You cannot basically claim, even though it's going to have a bad image, it basically shows that Pakistani government and the Pakistani establishment needs to create a better way of basically communicating with opposition. They need to, so if they don't want that kind of an image, and that is the purpose of analyzing this, I think they could have handled Manzoor Pasteen in a way better way. They could have handled Mahrang Baloch in a much better way. They could have handled the Nawaz Sharif case in a much better way. What happened to Bhutto could have been handled in a much better way. And what is happening with Imran Khan in terms of pure PR and image could have been handled in a way better way. And that is a problem, that every person who disagrees with the other basically refers to the other as a traitor or a non-Muslim. Both of those things have huge ramifications, and they cause ripples in society, and they create chaos. When you're going to label people like that, and after 4 years the same people come back into power in one way or another, I would not be surprised if after 4 years, just like Nawaz Sharif, he's been chucked out 3 times now. 3 times. He's gone out, and he basically, in 1999, he hijacked an entire plane, and his party is still in power today, right? You look at Benazir and you look at Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, the guy was executed, but his daughter came back. she was assassinated. But even after all those accusations of being nominated as traitors and non-Muslims, when Bhutto was basically hanged, do you realize that people carried out postmortems to confirm that if he was a Muslim or not, by trying to check if he was circumcised or not? It is on document. These kind of things need to stop. Until these things don't stop, they're going to not provide the society with stability. Any single statement should not be creating these kind of ripples where people are ready to bite each other's heads off. This is where society needs to be desensitized. And that's my larger point. That's why I do not think that Qasim is pro or anti Pakistan in regards to that. I do not believe that when Hassan Nawaz and Hussein Nawaz went to various political leaders around the globe, they were anti Pakistan. They even went to the Indian Prime Minister. So I don't think they were anti-Pakistan at the time, and I do not believe that when Benazir, for good 4 or 5 years, or Fatima Bhutto on a regular basis goes and talks about various other things, including her own father's death, uh, in both in the case of Fatima Bhutto as well as Benazir Bhutto, they are anti-Pakistan just by going and raising awareness and creating allies and creating pressure groups, because it's always an outside pressure group which basically gives a release to anyone within that stature in the Pakistani ruling classes, and that's just a fact. That's a way shown by the establishment, that each time somebody is going to get some kind of release or some kind of relief, it's always an outside pressure which does it.
Right. So Pakistan is somebody's private property where any of the leaders who get jailed by another leader who was jailed by another leader in the past, they can all just go and spread awareness about their daddies being criminals and being put in jail. Right. So they can be released and they can get away with everything. So that's just saying that the rule of law is in Pakistan can go to shit because it doesn't matter. The normal people don't matter. The criminals can just get away with anything. Right. They can just do all kind of corruption. Their wives can do all kind of corruption. They can get away with it. And secondly, I don't think we are the one to decide what people think about it. If some people think he's being a traitor, well, good for them. Freedom of speech.
Well, I've made my point. I actually do not really care what people think. And I wanted to clarify the other side of the situation, which I've done
There is no
successfully.
other side. He misused Pakistan for his
Yeah,
dad. He threw Pakistan
that's
under the bus for his dad,
that's
right? Who is involved in criminal cases like the Al Qadir University case and the Tosha Khana case and multiple others. No.
that's your opinion. I would like to completely reject it, not disagree.
Yeah, if every criminal, every Tom, Dick, and Harry criminal started going to the UN to release their dads, then who's going to be in jail? Us?
Well, I've pretty much ended my conversation.
Yeah, let's move on. We've been talking about this for the last 2 hours.
Yeah, and you're wrong.
You're wrong.
No, no, I've proved it that you're
No,
wrong.
you haven't proved anything. You're wrong.
I've proved it
You're
you're wrong.
saying a criminal can get away with all kind of crimes.
No,
He can do all
my
kind of
proof
corruption,
again.
and he can get away with it just because his son went to UN and went like, "Oh, our father is being oppressed. Oh, and Pakistan is such a bad state. Communities are being oppressed, and I want to raise this case." All that bull crap.
So the reason why you're wrong is because my point is very, very simple, and
No,
I'm
no, no,
going
no, no. Your
to.
point is actually saying that any criminal who
No,
has
I'll say
power
my
can get
point.
away
Thank
with
you very much.
anything they do as long
No,
as they
no,
can get a
that's
reach to the UN. So what you're trying to tell me is that if
no,
I
that's
if,
not what
if
I'm
I do
saying.
some crime and I send my child to UN, I can just make a case for it. I could just do a genocide and make a case for it.
Okay, so that is what you think, but that is not my opinion. my opinion, I
Good
would.
for you. I didn't. I
No,
just
no,
said this is the right
I,
opinion. Your opinion might be your opinion. It's wrong entirely,
no,
but
that
it's
is
your
not my
opinion.
opinion. That's your opinion of what I said.
Whatever your opinion is, I'm just saying that it's
I,
very
I,
wrong,
I
but
am
it's your
going.
opinion. I'm okay with that.
I feel
No,
like I've
I'm
walked into
going to
someone's living
state.
room.
I'm going to. I'm going
Hey,
to state
since
my
we are in the
opinion
living
now.
room, is somebody going to ask me for my opinion?
Can you hold on, please?
No, I'm going to offer you tea.
Okay,
It would be
so
lovely
my
at this point.
opinion on this matter is, and I've never insinuated anyone. I've not insinuated anything which anyone on this panel has ever said, and I would like the same respect. Point number one. That's a rule moving forward, which everyone should deploy.
You're the one who said that
I'm
my
not.
opinion was
I,
wrong.
I am not interjecting you. So now be quiet. Thank you very much. So let me give my opinion on that. And this is word to word, and I want that to go out because you try to manipulate my opinion, and I do not want that kind of a tag upon me. These are sensitive
Wow.
subjects. So let me reinstate what my opinion is so it is on record. My opinion in this matter is very, very simple, and that is a man went to an international podium to gather alliances so his father can be released. He basically used everything which was available to him, and that can have and create a bad image for Pakistan. But the primary cause of that entire situation is very, very simple. He basically insinuated and he basically added allies to his cause, where it becomes an international conversation, which it pretty much has in the last 24 to 48 hours. And how effectful that is going to be, time will tell. But it's become a conversation now. People are speaking about it in the loads, people are speaking about it in other places, and I think this needs to be desensitized. If anyone thinks he's a traitor, that's upon them, not my concern. But the primary cause of that, and another thing which people have stated again, that this is going to revoke this, that, and the other from Pakistan, that is not going to happen. There is nothing that podium offers which can revoke anything. They cannot impose any sanctions, they cannot impose anything. All that place is to raise awareness and nothing more. It's those pressure groups, it's a way of lobbying. Human rights activists do it all the time, and he's doing it for his dad. Now people might think he's a criminal, people might think he's not a criminal. That's not my concern. And thank you very much. That's all what my opinion is on that. Pretty neutral. I'm done.
Opinion which is wrong.
You know, once upon a time there was a girl who was saying that uh, the Taliban regime is very oppressive to women, and they are trying to impose a Sharia on Afghanistan that is very demeaning and disrespectful to women, and it is against human decency and it is against morals. And then somebody came in and say, "So tell me, how can you prove that Islam is a false religion and it has
Everything
nothing to
about
do?"
women with you.
For once, it was on your side. You know
It
what?
was.
Fine. I don't want to be on your side. Actually, it was my
Okay, okay,
mistake.
okay. Continue.
It
Sorry,
was
sorry, sorry,
my
sorry. Continue.
mistake. No, 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 no. I should have listened to my own advice. I should never stand up for women because the moment I do, they will attack me. They will
अच्छा
attack
ठीक है.
anybody that will
Do you know
speak
why
in
this
this way.
happened, Sid? Because she is right now listening to answer, not to understand.
No, you're not any better, Shadi. You're trying to make her antagonize. You're trying to make her say things that she does not believe. And I try to point that out to you that you're not going to find opposition where there is none. And because he was not directly saying things that were against what you were trying to say, you were trying again and again and asking the same question. How are you going to ask me how I can prove that Islam is a false religion?
I
Go
don't
on,
understand the
question.
relation.
You can't do that, right? You were
No,
doing
I
the
can't
exact
even
same thing,
understand where this conversation is coming from.
because that is exactly what you were
What
doing.
what did you understand from my conversation? Do you know what issue I have with
Yeah,
being
I understood what issue you had, but you
what
were
issue
asking
did I
me
have?
and
Tell
Maham.
me. Do
Your
you do
whole
you
point.
do
Yeah,
you
I
do you
understand that. I can
no,
reiterate that for
hold
you.
on, hold on. Do you believe that Qasim Khan is a traitor, and what he said makes him anti-Pakistan, and Pakistan is going to lose some kind of a status?
No, I don't.
Yeah, thank you.
Nor does Maham actually.
Oh, she
That's the
does.
point.
That's what she's been arguing about. That's what she does.
No, that's what you are pushed her
Okay,
to
let's
argue.
ask her. Do you think Pakistan is Qasim Khan a traitor?
Wrong question.
No, let's ask her because I
I
said
don't
that.
think. No. I don't. The status thing was clarified to me, so I don't. I know that it won't matter, but otherwise, I think if UN is not going to do much for them, there was just no point going there.
No, but do you think Qasim Khan is a traitor?
That was not the question he
Also,
asked.
do
So
you think that One Piece is better than Dragon Ball Z?
So
I
so
don't.
You
I
I
don't
can't
like
ask
either of them. I
questions.
think
Sid,
Death
You
Note is
can't
better
ask me
than both of
questions.
them.
hold on, Sid. So this is a recorded stream, right? I would basically ask anyone to go and check. I raised 3 points at the beginning of this conversation and why I brought it to everyone's attention. Point number one, it's being said widely that this is going to have huge ramifications upon Pakistan, and Pakistan is going to lose this, that, or can is in danger of losing this, that, and the other status. So that's one thing which I cleared. Thank you. So it's not losing that status or whatever status that was. Point number two, that people are saying that Imran Khan's son, Qasim Khan, is basically a traitor. My point in that is that I never considered him to be very affiliated to Pakistan. So I don't think it has anything either way in terms of Pakistan being him being a traitor or not being a traitor. I don't think it makes anyone a traitor going to UN to raise any kind of voice. Point number three, why this conversation was held again, why I went through that dissection, was that did he say anything which was anti-Pakistan? And no, he basically related certain things to gain certain alliances, and again that is proven. Will that have any ramifications on the image of Pakistan? That everyone here agreed, including me, that yes, it can have adverse effect on Pakistan's image, but again, that is something which time will tell. But so far, everyone in the international community, including the Lords and everywhere else, they're talking about Imran Khan's release rather than Pakistan's image at this moment in time. That can change. So these were my 4 points. That's why this conversation occurred. And for at least those who would like to argue on that, uh, I think this needs to be desensitized. Now I don't know in which part of that you guys disagree, but that's my whole conclusion, and that's why I brought this subject up.
So, Maham, why are you a traitor to Belarus?
No, I think you should tell me, is there something you disagree with in terms of
Because
Belarus?
I don't like macaron.
Yeah,
No,
because here's
for
the thing.
first you guys
Let
need to.
me let me explain to you why I said why are you a
No, the
traitor to
4 points
Islam.
which I've raised, is there any disagreement on that?
There was no disagreement in the beginning on those four
Oh,
points,
yes, there
Yasir.
was. Between me and Maham, there was. Go and maybe you were
I
not there.
assure you. You know
Okay,
what?
let's
If you
ask her. Did
no,
did
you know
you?
what? Let me ask her. You know what?
Okay, ask her.
The way you pose questions, in an
Okay, just
antagonizing
ask
way,
the
of course.
questions and then
Yeah,
can we move on from
you,
that?
I'll prove that. Okay, Maham, do you think that the questions that Qasim raised in that convention has any practical ramifications on Pakistan? Yes or no?
I mean, initially, yes, I said that, but Shah clarified it to me. So I was like, okay, fine. I
Okay.
agree.
Do you think that people should raise awareness of their claims if they think that they have been wronged by the state on forums, and they should not turn towards extremist methodologies, and they should rather go on international forums, they should go to courts, they should go to uh, democratic and institutional methodologies in order to get what they think are their rights?
Hmm. I mean, depends if he's actually right, and if it doesn't,
I
if
mean,
it doesn't drag the rest of the country in it.
I mean, if the state is doing something wrong, of course it's going to drag in the. Let's suppose it's not Imran Khan. Let's suppose that it is Pola Suniara, that ugly, fat, bald guy who does very bad things on YouTube. Uh, but if he feels, it's its feelings are subjective. If he feels that he is being wronged, should he, pay somebody to go and make a terrorist outfit, or should he go to the courts and the international community to gather support? If he feels that he is right, he should see if there are other international community people that think that he is also right, and he should garner support there. Which path he should take? Pola Sunyara, not Qasim Imran.
See, there's the problem. If you're going to talk about your father being released in somewhere, that's fine. Even though I don't agree with it, because if you do criminal activity, you go to jail. Say do stupid things, get stupid results. But dragging the
He does
whole
not.
Pakistan, no, 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 dragging the whole Pakistan in this one situation just to get just a few elite egos fighting with each other, dragging Pakistan into it. Nah, that's a big no-no.
But here's the thing: who is deciding whether or not a crime has been committed?
The
Because let's
court.
suppose that I do X, Y, and Z, or Pola Sanyara does X, Y, and Z. Now he thinks and I think that I have done nothing wrong, right? But there are some people who are in power, who are, running the state. They think that I have done something wrong, and they think that Pola Sanyara has done something wrong, and they, do things to me and to Pola Sanyara. And my family and Pola Sanyara's family feel that I have been wrong. Now, what should they do? Should they pay terrorists to, kill people in order to pressure the government to release me, or should they go to the courts, go to the international community, go to human rights watch organizations, go to international politicians, people who have leverage in finances, and try to plead their case over there? Because, of course, Qasim does not think that his father has done anything wrong, nor does Imran Khan himself, and neither does Pola Saniara or me.
So no, hear me out. First of all, no criminal ever accept that you've done anything wrong. You ask majority of the rapists, when you ask them why he did it, and he was like, "Oh, she was wearing short clothes." So there's one thing. A criminal never accepts that. That's why most of them do not even accept it in court. That's why they go into cases even after they murder people. Okay, if a court has decided you've done stuff like that, the Al Qadir case and everything, the thing is that it's not just about that, right? Starting riots in Pakistan just for his puny egos, and then the situations and all of his supporters going left, right, and center, supporting TTP and even TTP members, calling the establishment or the state psychotic or something like that, crazy, and the kind of stuff he says on his WhatsApp statuses. A lot of things can be held against Imran Khan. The very fact that he started riots because his ego was hurt should be held against Imran Khan. So that means that even a Pablo Escobar's kids can also go to UN and plead his case.
Actually, that's the whole uh, reasoning for these things, isn't it? That even
Uh,
Pablo Escobar's kids can go to the Human Rights Watch. They can go to the
and
international
secondly,
community.
even if you go to court, that's why even the worst of criminals have lawyers, so the system can be fair.
Because
He was,
you think
but
that,
once
no, no,
you're
just a
convicted, the
second.
lawyers do not do much after that, right? When the courts decide
But
that you
Imran
are a
Khan is not
criminal.
convicted.
No,
He's
but
So
he
not
is a
convicted.
criminal. But
no,
he is a criminal. I'm
hold
not
on.
saying that anyone else is any less of a criminal. I'm not saying Nawaz
No,
Sharif is
that's
any
not where
less,
we.
or the Zardaris or the wo. I'm just saying that he's also
That's
one of
not
them.
that's
Same group.
that's
Has
not what.
Imran Khan been
Just hold
convicted?
on, Sid, hold on. This is an imperative point. So the thing is, when we're going to compare different people in those regards, that not really discussing the system. The system is that if somebody is convicted in a country, the courts have convicted them or not convicted them, imprisoned them unfairly or fairly, there are places they can go and plead. That's how it is. Like for example, do you
That's
remember?
okay with me. And then there's
Yeah,
going to
that's the
be a
whole point.
state that's going then there's going to be a state propaganda against them. Then people of the country is going to hate them for being anti-state, and they should not cry about it. That's just how thing goes.
So that's not what the complaint is about. The thing is that people don't understand the system. It doesn't make somebody a traitor because they've gone somewhere. It's the same thing. Like, do you remember that guy called Alam on Clubhouse, right? Who basically was reported in India, and
Hello.
he was basically taken into prison. I don't
Mm-hmm,
want to say his real name, right?
mm-hmm,
I
mm-hmm.
personally went to Amnesty in that situation with Naima Majur and and various other people, and we basically claimed for that. And he later came out not because I did something, but other human rights activists who were like at a much higher profile basically made sure that he was able to come out. Amnesty, even though they're not working there, they provided him with a lawyer. He could have not afforded that lawyer. So in certain, it was the same podium they went to. That's a personal case we know about,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? So
Uh,
so so the thing is, as far as the Indians were concerned, I don't want to say his real name because he'll again come into limelight. He left India now, but the thing is, he was only able to survive because such areas and such organizations come to these podiums where certain things are spoken about, and people go there.
I think it is unfair to compare Imran Khan's case with that, because in Imran Khan case there is real corruption involved. In his case, he just said some stuff online. I think it's unfair overall. I think he got
So
away, he got
I'm
out of
more
it. Amnesty, I've been getting messages from Amnesty about Imran Khan ages ago, right? I have them on my email, and I get all these messages they do. The thing is that it's not a Tom, Dick, and Harry case.
no, I understand that, and
Yeah,
no.
you do
What
corruption,
I'm trying to
you don't get away with it. The only reason you can get away with it is if you go in line with the establishment. When you go against the
now
establishment, you get caught.
No, now the question is that the person we're talking about was
And
given.
Alam case was completely done by
No,
people who were either outsiders or people who wanted freedom from India because, of course, he's a Kashmiri,
so according
right?
to
So those people are already traitors for India anyway.
yeah, do you think that Alam in the international community's eyes was a traitor to India?
Didn't he
Or
leave
was
India?
hmm?
Didn't he leave India?
But do you consider him to be a traitor or somebody fighting for his freedom?
I mean, technically, aren't all the Kashmiri freedom fighter
I'm not
traitors to
talking
India?
about I'm not talking
He
about
was one of those people who did not support India.
oh, he was not. He was a pro-Indian guy studying in Delhi who
Didn't
was
seem like it, Shah. As far as I know, he was anti-India with the Fahim lot.
he was even Fahim is not and we should not be saying his name
Yeah,
is
he keep
not
he keep he keep changing his stance, like
no
all
but
the
that
other
that
ones.
said I
That we
stand
want to be with Pakistan, and the next
hold
day
on
we're okay with India, and then they
can we
start talking shit about Pakistan again. It's a keep
okay
changing.
can we basically stick to principle stance rather than
The
individual case.
principal stance says that criminals should stay in jail.
I'm not talking about a criminal
We're
over here.
talking about a criminal. Imran Khan is a criminal.
Yes, Imran Khan might be a criminal in your eyes, but do you consider him to be a criminal in everyone's eyes?
Majority of the people consider him a criminal, other than the PTI supporters. They don't
So,
believe anything
so
anyway.
do you believe that at least
Majority
5%
of the
of
Pakistanis are PTI supporters. What
no,
now?
hold on,
No,
hold
it's
on.
not. No, they're not. No, they're
Do,
not.
hold on. Do you believe that at least 5% of Pakistanis are PTI supporters? At least 5%.
No, no, at least 25%.
Okay. So 25% is a major chunk, right? So
Mm-hmm.
25% of those people who genuinely believe
Mm-hmm.
and going by the history and then there are a good 45-50% of people who believe that human rights violations do occur in Pakistan. Political imprisonment as a whole is history of Pakistan,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
I think no logical person is going to deny that it's been the case, and that's
Yeah,
one of the
well.
reasons why corruption occurs as well,
Uh-huh.
because it's the same Noon League who came up with naras like ये जो वर्दी ये जो दहशतगर्दी है इसके पीछे वर्दी है ठीक
Mm-hmm.
है it
Mm-hmm.
was the Noon League people मुझे क्यों
Yeah.
ये
Yeah,
campaign.
nobody thinks Noon League is clear. Okay, move
No,
on,
no,
move
I'm
forward.
not saying that. What I'm saying is because that persecution is allowed by each party,
Mm-hmm.
right?
They all
It
deserve to be put in jail.
Oh, it needs to be the opposite. If you want politics to basically become clear, then politicians and the general populace need to point out that it was wrong to basically send Yusuf Raza Gilani into prison
Mm-hmm.
for a time. It was wrong to assassinate Benazir Bhutto. It was wrong to
Who?
basically remove Nawaz Sharif from power the way they did, and it is now
Uh-huh.
wrong to
Uh-huh.
basically keep this case going. They should
You
basically
don't think it's also wrong for political party to use establishment for their
yes,
gain whenever it works for them?
exactly,
Yeah,
and
so don't you think it's actually they're reaping what they sow by using the same establishment to come in
see
power
they're not
and then go to jail because of that? Don't you
they're
think
not,
these parties are supposed to shouldn't Nawaz
I
Sharif
think
have learned his lesson?
I think people who are reaping the bad stuff out of this is the Pakistani people. It's not the politicians, not majority of them anyway.
So that's what I said. They all need to be in jail.
So they all need to be in jail is a different thing. But now my point in that why I basically gave Alam's example as
There's
well.
a reason politician and diapers should be changed regularly.
Okay, that's good tabloid journalism, and I hope. But that's not what I'm talking about. But the thing is, the fact of the matter is that if you're going to look at these podiums in a negative way, tomorrow it can be, for example, Bibi Asia's case, right?
Mhm.
I'm really sorry. There's a lot of people who would say that Asia, because of who, what was that politician's name who was assassinated by Qadri?
Tasir, Salman Tasir.
Salman Taseer, right?
Mm.
Uh, uh, it was a very good thing that, and they should have never let her go. But the fact of the matter is that when all these committees and the UN took note of that and Amnesty got involved, for somebody like that, the way people blamed her, they went as far as saying what Qadri did and what Salman
Made a
Taseer.
mazar for him.
Yeah, and the way Salman Taseer was killed, there were people who said it's justified because he was basically standing for
So you're
a
saying the
woman.
problem is our community as well.
Yes, that's what
That
my main
I don't
issue
deny
with this
it.
statement. Yes, so my main concern, why I want to point these things out, is that anyone who goes to these, Asia would have been executed if it wasn't for this.
Yeah, but Asia was innocent. Imran
Yes.
Khan's not.
So now when for example the Lords discussed it today again,
Huh.
an
What are they
interesting.
going to discuss? That oh, so he did Tosha Khana case and he stole some money from the Qadar
Uh-huh.
University case. No big deal. He deserves
Oh
freedom. What are they going to
no,
discuss?
Are
hold on,
you going to be the
hold
one who
on.
is going to decide if Imran Khan
No, the
or
court decided for
anybody
him. The
No,
court
hold
decided
on.
for
is
him.
he is he convicted
Hold
as
on,
of yet?
hold on. So the Lords Committee today decided that basically there is a lot of corruption in the high end in Pakistan, and Imran Khan is also involved in ongoing cases. Hence,
Mhm.
it's an internal matter, and that is exactly what I'm pointing out.
So he is a criminal who's in jail because of his
No, so
crimes.
now why we can't call him or Nawaz Sharif a criminal is because our courts in Pakistan never convicted any of these people. Why are these? And that's another problem which needs to be
Wasn't
highlighted.
Imran Khan convicted for like 17 years? He got.
No, it's all allegations. It's same way as Nawaz Sharif. Nawaz Sharif was never convicted in the end. Same way these cases are ongoing. Those announcements
Because the
are
state
not.
doesn't want to convict them. That's why.
Ah, now we're
It's not
getting.
because they're not criminals. It's just that the case doesn't want to convict them. Because
Yes.
these are all puppets of the same state. So why is Pakistan dragged into it? Why is Pakistan dragged into their
Because
personal issues of
Because
egos?
why?
Pakistani
So
state.
hold on. So Pakistan is dragged into this because on one side you've got the establishment, who on one side you've got the courts, then you have the politicians, and then you have the public, right? They do not come up with final verdicts. They just call each other names, and that is the major problem.
That is a
Every
system these politicians made for each other. So I think they should survive in it.
Okay, so my question would be, when I was in Islamabad, why on a regular basis was I called a traitor and I called a ISI agent? And online, you've been called a
ISI
CIA,
agent, Mossad agent, Iranian agent, Shia agent,
yeah,
CIA agent, and
all these
MI6
things, right?
agent.
All
Yeah.
these things. Tatiana is here. Tatiana was called an ISI agent. Tatiana, do you remember?
I do. When y'all were just talking about it, I was thinking about that. Yeah.
Would you like to elaborate on those notions? How did you feel about that? Like, do you not see there's something wrong with the Asian culture when it comes to making so many agents?
I mean, well, or if you're talking about accusing one another of being agents, I think that's just part and parcel of sort of the suspicious environment we live in. And, I mean, the fact is that all these agents do exist. I just do not happen to be one of them, allegedly. So, you know, um, I feel like what you're getting at is the fact that people are too quick to try to defame one another instead of using their critical thinking to undermine or vacate the other person's argument. They go for personal attacks. And I think that's a problem anywhere because it's just a logical fallacy that takes the focus off of what should be being discussed.
Exactly. And
I
if
also want to add, I just remember that I was also called a Laro Bar Pashtunistan, large, greater Afghanistan agent. Yes.
and now the biggest problem why this is an issue is because when somebody is accused of something like that, it basically drives away from the real concern. Now, nobody's talking about why is Imran Khan not being prosecuted if he's a criminal. Nobody's conversing about if he should be prosecuted if he's not a criminal. What is going to happen in terms of this case? What this speech ramifications are going to be? Most Pakistanis, I think, have no idea today that a meeting in House of Lords occurred based on upon this speech, and they probably do not have any idea what the verdict came out and what where this is going to be
What's the
dragged
verdict of
on.
it?
Well,
What's the verdict?
it's not a consensus. They're basically a lot of people are basically saying that it's a political thing and it's got nothing to do with them, and others are saying the opposite. So so the point being that this kind of noise where everyone is called something and it becomes personalized is not the way forward. It's simple as that. And everyone has a right to go and present a case. It should not make that person a criminal. It should not make that person a decriminalized if they have committed an offense. And it should certainly not make people traitors or non traitors because they've gone and spoken somewhere.
No, he is a bit borderline traitor, if you ask me honestly. Borderline traitor, like dehumanizing whole communities. What image is he trying to give the world?
Are you talking about Qasim
If he
Khan?
could, yeah, he could have just stick to, my father is being prosecuted because he stood against stood against corruption or something, and he is being jailed for that. But he couldn't make that case, right? Because even he knows that there are corruption cases on Imran Khan himself. So he
No,
dragged the whole country into it. That's just sad.
no, that's not sad. That's what he's going to do. That's what any lawyer would have
No,
done.
that is sad. You know what? You know what? If he's running his case, good for him. He thought that that was going to work for him. Good for him. How people are going to take it, he doesn't get to decide that, right? He doesn't
Well,
get to tell us that he's a traitor or not. He's how people are going to see him. If he didn't think before he was going into this that he's dragging the whole Pakistan in it, nobody owes him anything.
you see, what you're misunderstanding over here is that it is not him who's being affected by that rhetoric. It's the Pakistani people who are basically creating and wasting time in that rhetoric by shouting at each other, defending a personality without realizing that.
Yeah, I think PTI Lord should realize that they don't care about
And
Pakistan. I agree with that.
again, the PTI people are just as much Pakistanis, and they're like
No,
25%.
I'm not saying that they're not Pakistani.
So
I'm just
they're
saying
all.
that they should realize that the Khans do not care about them. They only care about their ego. That's why they do riots for their ego. And they go to all these situations and defame Pakistan because they
Okay.
don't care.
And what about the others who are basically
Same,
doing it?
same opinion. All of these are the same.
So,
They're
Are
all,
you
like
are
I
you
said,
are you
politician
so,
and
okay?
diapers
Wait a
should be
second.
changed
so,
regularly.
so 25 percent according to you are PTI. What do you think the support
Are you
would
Not
be?
saying,
in,
or
I'm
are
not
you
talking
of the
about PTI
opinion
supporter.
that
I'm pretty sure most of them have good intention at their heart.
No, no,
And I'm not
hold
talking
on.
about PTI
I'm
supporter. I'm
talking
talking
at.
about politicians.
I'm trying to look at your own
This
history.
dynastic politics where these Nawaz Sharif or the Zardaris or the Bhuttos or the Khans have hijacked the whole country, this needs to go.
Okay, so my next question is like, how what percentage of Pakistanis do you think support the Noon League?
Oh, I don't think a lot. Way
How
lesser than Imran Khan.
how much?
15?
15. So that's 15 plus 25, that's 40%. And People's Party?
Same. 2015.
So that's
I'm just making up figures, man. Why
no,
would
I
you
know.
ask me this question?
I'm going for your perception.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's about 60% of Pakistan's population.
Mm.
So you think that 60% of Pakistan's population should be wasting their time fighting about this stuff because the
I
supporters.
don't think anybody is going to care about that. Everybody needs a reason to fight. They're going to fight over it. Do you think we Pakistani need to fight over the Iran and the Saudi issue? It doesn't exactly directly affect us, but we're still fighting over it. There are Pakistani who thinks I'm a Shia just because I'm pro-Iran. There are I call
No,
people
no, no, no.
I go and attack people who are Wahhabis because they're saying stuff like, oh, we shouldn't support Iran because
No, but
I'm
you're talking about.
so this is just these are just things that people will do, and then 2 days later they will just forget about it.
Okay, so
But that doesn't change the fact that he did behave a lot like a traitor.
hold on. So what you're then naively missing is that you're basically confusing this with online conversations. This is not just translated to online conversations in rural areas of Pakistan as well as the cities. There are people who are killed, their properties are taken because of opposition parties, their contracts are revoked. When different parties come, they lose jobs. Uh, some people lose entire livelihoods because the party they apparently was looking for their support, they did not get that kind of support from them. So then these people go out, call each other traitors. There's actual.
I don't think I'm sorry, but I don't know if you've been to the rural areas of Pakistan. They're not really that bothered because the lower class and the middle class, none of these politicians have done much for them. Maybe the people who are representing them on town level or city level, maybe it affects them, but not exactly. Like I don't think many people in Peshawar are affected by what happens to Imran Khan or what kind of statement they give.
So
So it only
so
affects a certain community that is involved in the party.
Sid, have you ever been to any of the rural sites in Sindh and Punjab?
The rural side is like my back door. I live here.
Yeah, now tell me if, for example, somebody did not vote for a certain person, would a small farmer in the opposition who's probably a normal guy and he basically backed the wrong person, would would their voter be stopped?
Um, well,
Basically.
since this is Sialkot and the whole election thing in the past election was, well, basically a fraudulent election, a rather selection, uh, it's hard to elaborate on that point from that experience. But before that,
Shah, you're talking about
when the
Andrun Sindh.
No, I'm talking about Punjab. I'm talking about Sargodha. I'm talking
yeah,
about Multan. I'm
he's
talking
asking me.
about
I'm from Sialkot.
yeah. I'm
Yeah,
talking about
but a
Punjab.
few years ago, back in the days, yeah, there would have been fightings if there was
Yeah,
a supporter of another political party amongst supporter of other
they would kill
political
each
Are you
other.
party.
talking about the fights of in ISF and JUI Youth Wing in university, that kind of
No,
things?
No,
no,
I'm
no, no,
talking
no,
about
no. It's
I'm talking
very
about
brutal.
PMLN
Very-
and People's Party. I'm
Yeah,
talking
Yeah,
about
because that they're more
uh,
famous over there. I'm talking
no,
about
let
Insaf
me give
and
you
Jamaat Islami fighting
no,
each other.
no. It's very different. So let me give you an example, right? So in an area called Koot Momin, which is very close to Sargodha, my family has some land in that area, right? So usually the person who would win from that area was a PML Noon person. But on one particular occasion, what basically happened, the local farmers, the people of the village, they basically voted for somebody in People's Party. But that People's Party person did not win. It was a narrow election. And everyone who voted for the other party, they there was enmity. Their voters were stopped. There were people who were killed because of that. Now
Never
I'll move to
seen. I don't
another.
remember any such cases in KPK.
So this is what happens in Punjab. This is what happens in Sindh.
Yeah.
Now,
So who is
hey,
getting elected now because of what Qasim did?
no, hold on. I'm giving you an example. I'm not talking about. I think you should remember the context in why I'm explaining this.
That something is going to happen because of the statement Qasim did gave.
No, I don't think so what is going to happen in regards, what usually happens is in these villages, in these places, even in Lahore, right, in Andaroon cities and stuff like that, a lot of people who join these political parties are basically uh, how would I say, like local gangsters are part of all these political parties. They're basically used in various ways. So when one side is going to call the other traitor, and then there's going to be repercussions in terms of explanation, what happens in those towns, cities, in those villages when pressure basically takes root? It's the average person who gets prosecuted. It's the average person who pays the price. And it can be a religious issue. It can be nobody fights because somebody's saying that I don't support the army or I don't support the establishment. It's always the political parties in these places where such issues happen. Balochistan is a very good example. One of my very good friends, Shahzain Bhukti, uh, you go to his data. He's not allowed to visit his data for years now. Again, when you look at that entire situation, different sardars come into power. Sometimes from the same tribe, different people are chosen to represent, and it's the normal people who die. None of these sardars ever die, and usually the questions are very similar. The guy who we actually interviewed here, another very good friend of mine, like an older brother, Saifzada Hamid Raza, I'm going to quote him. If you look at the Faisalabad Kamalia region, where he's actually very strong, right? One of the reasons why he had to change his lifestyle and take after his father's death, he had to take over, is to stop a riot. Otherwise, he was never interested in politics. Those people who, that power vacuum which was
How
being
are you
left.
going to how are you going to convince these people to stop calling each other traitors?
So what I'm interested in, and I think that is a long-term educational plan, or I don't know, and into what there are other people who want to talk about that. Pakistanis need to be desensitized into these subjects. A
Haven't
political
we already been desensitized to our death and destruction already?
No, my point is, if somebody hears somebody say that this person basically said something anti-Islamic, it should
Mhm.
not be taken as a word and like a mob goes and lynches that person. If somebody calls somebody a traitor, people need to calm the hell down. They need to first investigate what are the ramifications, what's going to happen. Otherwise, remain silent. It's like that Punjab school of colleges where that student was raped, and then it was proven that that student never even existed, which is a fallacy. How can a student not even exist when half of the college and its campuses are out? It's because they're able to whitewash these things because people are very, very emotional. And until that desensitization, people, rather than just like gaslighting each other, don't look at the core situation and issues, it's just going to be, it's okay if somebody says something which you don't agree with. It's okay. It doesn't change anything. Don't go and kill people for.
Honestly, I've never seen anyone being attacked for their political opinion. Religion, yes. uh, a
Then
lot
you
of people
should
say a
try
lot of
and
stuff about
visit them.
establishment as well. I know it's a joke that some black Vigo is going to come and pick you up, but I haven't seen it happen to anyone yet.
Well, of course, you're in
So
Waziristan. A black Vigo is not going to come and pick anybody up over
actually,
there.
black
They
Vigo,
will just, they will
I
just
don't
shoot
live
them.
there, bro. I don't live there.
You have roots there, yeah. You have your background is from there.
So
You
you
have
think?
lived
So
in
you think?
that.
You think a black Vigo is never going to come after me because I have roots there?
No, no, no. I think that if they want to anything to have to do with you, they'll just shoot you. You don't get the luxury of a black Vigo.
Oh,
That's
oh,
reserved.
you think I'm a
No,
subhuman?
hold on,
You think I'm a subhuman? This
hold
the
on.
establishment
They
thinks I'm a
they
subhuman.
think
The
they
Black
think
No, no,
that.
no.
Widow is
Actually, that's a very 8 second. That's a very big lie.
oh God.
You know, if that was
Okay,
not, if that was true, that was true, all these organizations and all these activists wouldn't be screaming about people being disappeared. So no, no, people are not killed just casually in Waziristan because they think they're subhuman. That's a
Look,
very racist thing of you to say.
okay,
no,
look.
that is what they are
Hold
saying.
on a
Why are
sec.
you calling
No,
me
that's
a
not what they
racist?
say. I'm
Hold
sorry. I'm
on.
sorry. That's not what they say.
Fine,
There are
fine.
cases
Oh,
where people are picked
there are.
up. There are cases where
Oh
people
my
are
God.
picked up. I've seen two cases personally. One hosted TTP without even knowing, and the other used a phone that was used by TTP, and they were picked up and they were released and they were back home, right? So I've seen these two cases personally.
Oh, so there
I
are
don't see how
people
where
who are
you
being
how
picked
I
up
don't
by
know.
black
You should
people.
take that. No, no, no. Listen to me. I'm from Waziristan. Take the information from me, not just some random Tom, Dick, and Harry on the internet, right?
Okay, can I
So you're
say
telling me that black Vigos do pick up people over there?
Yeah, but for real reasons like using a TTP's phone.
okay,
Oh,
can
so
I
you're telling me that the state of Pakistan is the
how did we get
righteous.
into Black Vigos, man? Black Vigo is not my concern. Neither is the
Because
establishment.
you're sitting in London, that's why.
No, no, hold on. So I'm going to make a claim, and I would like both of you to go and verify that, and Tatiana, if she's interested as well. Amount of people who are referred to as missing people in Pakistan is nothing compared to the political deaths which have occurred within Pakistan in the last 50 years. The amount of political deaths
Those
within
are
Pakistan,
mostly in riots.
not just in riot.
Actually, if you are
I'm talking
kind
about
of trying to skew the statistics, Shaji, by dragging it to 50 years, try doing the past five.
look, Black Vigo and establishment is a separate issue. What my question and what I'm pointing out, I know you guys want to jump into that, but it's a real problem. Majority of the Sardar killings, what occur in Balochistan, are due to political differences, right? If it's a very
I mean,
interesting.
no shit, a Sardar is going to be killed for
Can you
political
please
reasons.
let me complete. The Sardar doesn't get killed because of that. There are two main reasons why enemies and enmity and crime on a society level in Pakistan occurs. One is that they blame each other in terms of religious differences, and the other one is political. That those two things are the main reason on why people go and kill each other, and that also at a larger scale comes to a fact which turns into riots, which turns into great protests, and that is exactly what we're pointing out. People get riled up. If Pakistanis were less emotional in those regards and concentrated more on facts and figures, I don't see people going out in favor of politicians or for politicians in the UK, for example. I don't see them going out in other European countries, for example. They go out for their rights when they have to. It's very rare that they're going to go out and after some hero worshipping or calling some personality a traitor in those regards. Mature society, if a society needs to mature, it needs to be desensitized to these issues and not be emotional and just go and kill somebody because they might be of a different religious belief, or simply be from a different political party. That's a huge issue.
I do agree, but I don't know. I've never really seen people getting killed by other people for their political belief. But okay, very rare. Hmm. I don't know.
Well,
I can't say.
Punjab, Sindh, and Balochistan are full of that,
No,
especially.
most probably it happens in KPK as well. But I maybe I'm unaware of it.
Well, I've frankly not seen that occur in Swat, or the areas which I have been to KPK, or the villages which I'm indirectly associated with or directly associated with. I haven't seen that. You're right. It's not a thing in KPK. But in Punjab and Sindh, that's a huge issue. People kill each other, abduct each other's daughters and sisters, and even wives at times in various places because they're from a different
But
political
Shaji, the
background.
thing is,
Okay, wow.
the
I didn't know
extent
about
to which
that.
that notion existed, like, is a thing of the past. Like, it's the previous generation. Currently, people just hash it out on Twitter Spaces, to be honest, and say, do things like what they do on Twitter Spaces. They just call each other kafir and traitors, and vent that out.
So,
Social media has given us that, but the amount of people that had political enmities that went to the extent of killings in the current generation, that's very low, and it has nothing to do with the maturity of the Pakistani nation, because they are, well, still the
look,
dirty things
look,
that they were.
look,
uh,
let me give you an example. The notion which is being created about PTI people, for example, from the opposition. I understand PTI people are stupid. I don't like the majority of them.
so
I'm
are the
saying that very.
PMLN.
Hold on. I don't like debating with them. I don't like conversing with them because they are basically just Imran Khan fans. Even though Imran Khan might have been wrong or right in the past, regardless, but they're not supporting him because of that. They're just supporting him because they see him as a hero, right? They just see him as some kind of a messiah, and I don't endorse that. Now, uh, one very important, I don't know where I heard it, but well, I do now. My granddad used to say, if you basically conclude what Pakistan's problem is, what you'll see is that heroes or personalities are larger than institutes and organizations. That one sentence basically gives you everything. And those personalities are not the ones just on the very top. In every segment of the society, you've got some kind of a local leader who people are willing to sacrifice their personal lives for. They're willing to kill for them. They're willing to die for them. They're willing to sacrifice their jobs for them. They listen to that person. That person is much larger than their community. And that person, if that person turns out to be wrong and everyone's got a different one to defend, then that's what you're going to get. You're not going to go and reason with people. People are not going to see who's right and who's wrong. They're just going to think this is our local messiah and we're going to defend this person, or we're going to die for this person, or we're going to fight for this person.
So
PTI
do
is
you
never fighting. PTI people are not fighting for some political change. They're fighting for Imran Khan. Noon League people are basically fighting for Nawaz and Shehbaz Sharif. And
there
who can forget the MQM, who had a slogan that which translates to, we don't want to reach our final goal or destination. We want our leader, right?
do you
So
know that there's a reasoning behind all of this?
what is that? Please explain.
The reasoning is that The way that the Pakistani establishment has cornered the Pakistani public, we don't actually have the luxury to discuss or think about the other factors. Here's the thing, when the PTI supporters just say, "Wait, we don't want to have your argument in regards to the policies or anything like that," because the reality is this, it's unfruitful until they have the idea that, okay, release Imran Khan, or convict him or do things in the proper way. Everything else actually does not matter unless until that thing happens. When the establishment has a history of doing the things the wrong way, when the politicians and the people who are ruling us have a history of not doing things the right way, when they have a history of being immoral, unjust, unlawful, all of these other things that we technically should be considering, the policies, the methodologies, the way with which we can maneuver the political landscape of this unconventional political country, it doesn't matter for a person who thinks that Imran Khan is the right person, or he actually majority of the people who are in support of Imran Khan are, don't even know what his policies are. I don't even think he actually had policies. He had somebody else to tell him what the policies are. He was just going by the air in that regard. What he did, what they are supporting him for, is that they see, okay, this is person A, he is not bending to the establishment is evil. Our collective consciousness has been dragged or cornered into the situation where we just know one thing, that the current establishment, which has been our establishment ever since our inception, is not our people. They are actively trying to ruin our lives, which, by the way, as we learn about our history, proves to be true every step of the way. From what happened to Bangladesh, to the IPPs, to all the things in between. So yes, people are not going to talk about policies or political maneuvering. They're going to talk about release
Bangladesh
that.
was more Zulfikar Bhutto's fault than it was Ayub's or anyone else's.
Okay, it was Zulfikar Bhutto's fault. It was Yahya Khan's fault.
No, no, no. If Zulfikar Bhutto have not rejected Mujibur Rahman becoming prime minister, if he wouldn't have rejected the results of that election, it would have never
Was
happened.
he establishment?
No, it was actually Yahya Khan who basically said
Like,
that.
we have the documents released now. We're still going to
Yeah,
argue
no,
about it.
even at that time, Yahya Khan basically told Bhutto at that time that this is innegotiable, and you're the one who has to basically go and say that.
I mean,
And
even before the elections,
yeah.
the documents show that they were saying, hey, we need to get rid of that land. We don't want to be a part of it. It's
and
released.
Zulfikar Ali Bhutto and Mujibur Rahman basically had early meetings in after that election result, and they were going to come up with a resolution, but it was Yahya Khan who basically rejected it. It's a fact now.
Yeah, but
So
Bhutto played the role in it,
we
didn't
have
he?
in fact now in document proves the things that people fanned away, saying that they are conspiracies. All the conspiracies turn out to be true.
We're just going to blame everything on the one institute and let everyone go scot free.
No,
No,
but
you start by that institution. You
no,
can't get
There
anybody
are
until
many
that.
normal people in that institution. To demonize
hold
the
on.
There are
institution is
oh my
unfair.
god.
Look,
You know what? No, there are. Wait,
Sid,
Shadi, I want to
hold
pursue
on.
this. I
Sid,
want to
hold on.
pursue this line of thought.
So, hold
Mhm.
on, sir. One second.
But
No, hold on, Maham. the thing is, where that's exactly what I'm saying. Sometimes the establishment is going to be right. Sometimes Zulfikar Ali Bhutto is going to be right. Sometimes he's going to be wrong. Sometimes Imran Khan with is going to be right. In a situation, sometimes Imran Khan is going to be wrong. The issue is that when you're looking for a complete black and white answer, that's not there for these political figures or the establishment or for people or for the normal man. In some cases, and that's exactly my point. Now, I am not an advocate of PTI, and uh, everything from 9th May to everything, I think that was anti state. That was anti state. And I was one of the most vocal people about that. You cannot endorse the breakage and harm to state by claiming you're freeing people. That is a very wrong thing to do within the state, that you're going to go and break and bring chaos and harm normal people, break property. But when it comes to certain situations, there are going to be, when they are right as well, there's no harm in looking into that. You cannot basically whitewash that somebody is completely wrong and or completely right. That's There's a nuance.
You want anything to be done, you have to do that. We can keep on nitpicking things. Of course, nobody
Sid,
is going to be
when
perfect.
you Sid, when you say the elites, who do you mean?
I mean the army, I mean the bureaucracy, I mean the people who have manipulated and monopolized the finances of our country. I mean the generals, I mean the people who are supporting the generals. I mean the people who are in cahoots with the Israelis and the Americans who are part of our establishment. I mean the people who control our finances, our ports. I mean the people who have been part of creating the IPPs. I mean the people who are doing backdoor stock tradings. I mean the people who have everything in their control in regards to our country. That's who I mean. And you know what? When you said that though there are people in that institution that are normal people, no, there are not. A normal people would in that institution would be rising up against the monstrosities that their their superiors are doing. So no, there are none.
So, if they're not rising
Let me tell you.
against them, why are
Let
the
me tell
people
you.
outside not rising against them?
Oh, I. You know what? That's a very good question.
Mhm.
Because they're in jail. Because they did,
The
and
whole
they were
country
up.
is in
They were up against the seventh largest and strongest army of not Asia, the world.
And
We are kind of forgetting that Pakistan and
Who are
Pakistani
you talking
army is
about?
a giant.
Said
Mhm.
who? Said I think you're taking the conversation to a different level. But Maham, like, do you agree that do you think that every army general was on the right? What's your opinion on Ziaul Haq? Do you think he made some good decisions, some bad decisions?
I think the damage Ziaul Haq did to Pakistan is irreparable. I mean, he's the one who betrayed the Shah. He's the one who pulled that Palestinian Black September. He's the one who destroyed Pakistani politics. So I don't think there's anything good about him. But the thing is that when people say elites, I just wanted to know that who does he consider? When he keeps talking about one institute, it's not the institute that's the problem. It is a certain level of people that's the problem, and then there are normal people in that as well. All of them are not bad people, and
So if
those bad
I,
people exist
you know what,
outside of that
I,
institution as well. So you should not be
I will.
just going after the
So,
institution. That's
so
stupid.
I want to. No, no, Shah, I want to take this.
hold
First
on,
of
Sid.
all,
Just
Shahji,
1 second. I asked a precise question for a reason. So Maham, when you're criticizing Ziaul Haq, do you think that he did nothing good? And if anyone criticizes Ziaul Haq, does it mean they're anti-army or anti-establishment?
No.
Exactly. So do you think he did anything good? Because I can point, you know, I don't like Zia-ul Haq, but there are certain good things which he did as well. One of them being that he maintained Pakistan's nuclear program. He was very much pressurized into dismantling it, but he didn't dismantle it. He could have.
Because he needed the country to something get all his things out of it. No.
No, he
Oh,
paid the
he
price for
did.
that. That's why he was assassinated in the end. Within what was that meeting? Why were American officials on board with him at that period of time when he was hijacked? Sorry, when the plane crash happened, and the mangoes were placed in a certain area in southern Punjab. It's what were the conversations before that period of time? It was dismantling of
Yeah.
Pakistan's nuclear stuff.
The no one can ever be completely bad, right? Maybe Donald Trump have some good stuff going on as well. But that
Yes,
shouldn't overshadow the bad things he did. So he will
yes,
always be remembered for the bad things he did.
yes. But when we're going to talk about good and bad in the entire thing, that's why a lot of people consider Ziaul Haq to be a shaheed, because if he would have backed down,
Very few people consider him a
no,
shaheed.
but
Very few
I
people.
mean,
Majority of Pakistan.
majority of
No,
Pakistan.
no, 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 no. Till now, I've never heard anyone say that
Now
Ziaul
they're a
Haq is a
You
shaheed.
are
minority.
you are the person who has never seen somebody die for political reasonings. You're the
Hmm.
person who has never seen a black Vigodala in Waziristan. No shit, you have
No,
never
I
seen
never said that.
somebody.
I never saw
I,
Black Vigo
you
Dala in
should not be
Waziristan. What is
telling us.
wrong with you? When did I claim that? I
Don't
literally
tell
told you that there are
certain
people who are picked up.
guys, but
Why
point.
do you come up with stuff? No, 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 wait a second. Why do you come up with stuff, Sid? Am I supposed to
Because
know
that's
about
exactly what
everything?
you
Like,
said, and
if I
then you
don't know, if I
flipped.
haven't seen a Zaul Haq supporter, maybe some, maybe one or two online, but majority of the people I've seen, they all say bad stuff about the elders in my house, the elders I've ever met outside. I haven't met the whole Pakistan, of course, right? So
You
all the
haven't
people
met
I've
the.
seen, most of them says Yaul Haq was a bad person. Nobody defends him. Just like
No,
nobody
of
defends
course you're not.
Yazid, but then there are people out there who actually defends Yazid as well. If
Now,
I
now,
haven't met them, then is that a problem?
now,
It's not
let
a
me tell
problem.
you why the difference is. The difference is now I'm the only one on this panel who knows Punjab as well as KPK both, right? And there's a difference between KPK people and Punjabi people. And the thing is that in KPK, even though people are like that, they reason more because for some reason they reason more in terms of whether they like someone or not. Like for example, you go in the streets of Lahore or Islamabad, you're going to find stickers and posters of Ziaul Haq being sold. Some people are basically buying that, right? That's why they're there. He's been dead for years and years now, but
Are you saying that the Punjabis are more extremist than the people of KPK?
they're more big army support. They're more like cheerleaders in that way. So a lot of them, if you ask them, they basically really support Ziaul Haq and they see him as a very big, strong man who basically came into power, and that is why People's Party has seen the rise of Noon League. Noon League is so popular in Punjab. It's only a recent phenomena because Ziaul Haq was behind them. Noon League would have not existed if Ziaul Haq had not backed them. So what you essentially saw Benazir and Nawaz Sharif's election period, that was basically Ziaul Haq from his grave fighting an election with Zulfikar Ali Bhutto from his grave.
So you're telling me that, oh yeah, of course, I forgot. The Sharif family, giving us the Sharif family credit also goes to Ziaul Haq. So we're actually paying the price of his shenanigans still.
Yeah. So that does not diminish for a second. Majority of Punjab considers Ziaul Haq as a great Shaheed hero. We cannot deny that. The reason KPK people don't like him much is because that's when the Taliban and the Mujahideen and the entire Soviet escapade basically took its peak. That's when it started. So that's why they know the adverse side of him. But for Punjab,
Yeah, I think the educated lot of Punjab also doesn't support Ziaul Haq. It's the illiterate rural people.
so majority of the people who were educated within the Punjabi region, they initially used to be mostly the People's Party supporters, and then they went with Imran Khan. So now you have a split actually, where People's Party has basically lost most of its support.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. And back in the days, a lot of people did not know the details about Ziaul Haq. Now, because of social media and awareness, a lot of people know a lot of stuff about Ziaul Haq, what he did. So it's not, I don't think it's the same. I don't believe it's the same because
Well, I've actually never seen a poster of General Pervez Musharraf or General Yahya Khan
they
be
were.
on the road, or or for that matter, I've still not seen Asim Munir's posters anywhere or Kiani's.
No,
The,
Asim Munir is. Punjabi support Asim Munir a lot. So.
no, but what I mean to say is that kind of popularity is enjoyed by various previous army chiefs.
Bhutto
The
abhi bhi zinda hai.
But the way Ziaul Haq has pertained in a certain class of Punjab as a hero, as a shaheed, is cannot be denied. They support him, they love him.
Why?
Take a wild guess.
Because
For a
they love the Mujahideen.
no, no, for a simple reason, because he did not cave down according to them to United States, and he gave his life for the atomic energy and that entire fiasco at that time, and he did not back down, and he paid with his life. That's what they believe.
They basically equate Islamism with Ziaul Haq.
Oh yeah,
So you mean to say Punjab is more extremist than KPK?
in that sense, exactly.
Yeah, and we are actually more smart as well because we actually are able
Yeah,
to,
that's why you fall for that propaganda because you're so smart.
No, it's not propaganda. We just have our different
Oh
priorities.
please. Shah just said it, Pashtun people reason, you people just believe anything.
No, we don't reason. We know that
No, you
there's
don't
a
reason
country
because you
that
don't have the brains to reason.
we don't have the need to.
No, you don't have the brains to.
Do you really think that you are smarter than I am?
Yeah, I do.
Duh!
Well, then you're wrong.
Duh!
Well, then both of
Anyway,
you are
let's move on to
very wrong.
Madara. Even getting into this
No,
discussion is an insult to me.
I think it's unfair. We need to speak to Tatiana now. I think
Mm.
Tatiana has to be the focus of attention. All of us need to move to America now. So, in terms of and Armenia, do you know Pakistan does not recognize the country of Armenia, just like
Um,
Israel?
I'm not surprised. Yeah. Um, I thought you were going to say the genocide. I didn't realize it was like the country itself, but fair enough.
It's really funny. Not many
Yeah,
people
because
know.
we're on the Azari side, that's why.
So,
No, it has nothing to do with others because
no, it
Turkey does
does. It
not.
does. It does. So,
Isn't it because Turkey does not?
let me tell you what it is. It's very simple. Don't guess. So, basically, for whatever war and conflict Azerbaijan basically had with Armenia, Pakistan decided we're going to stand with our Muslim brothers called Azerbaijan, and we're not going to recognize Armenia, just like we don't recognize Israel. But Azerbaijan went on to recognize Armenia, and Pakistan is the only country who does not recognize Armenia.
Who's dumb now, Sid?
Let me tell you, the
Oh God,
British
here
and
we go again.
the British and Holland. What's Holland called? Amsterdam. What's
No, Holland is
Netherlands?
correct. Yeah.
Yeah, the British Crown and the Netherlands were at war for what 138 years. They just didn't remember it. So when it came up, they said, "Oh, we're at war." No, we're not. Yes, we are. Okay, let's close the war. So when our governments, get to it, we will do the recognition. It's just that the government has not reached that understanding that, oh, we have not recognized yet.
What is
They're
with Pakistan and not recognizing countries? Like, why?
the audacity.
So Pakistan is the only country on earth right now who doesn't recognize Armenia. But Tatiana, what is the situation in the background of Azerbaijan and Armenia? Would you enlighten us, and we'll ask you questions.
Oh, I don't know if what I know about it can withstand questioning, but as far as I'm aware, the Nagorno-Karabakh disputed region was ceded to Azerbaijan, of course, to much consternation of the Armenians, who now want to overthrow their political leader as a result of having let go of this territory. And yeah, I mean, there was a brief but intense war where obviously the Azeris are being aided by Turkish drones, and yeah, it did not end well for the Armenians. But then I suppose not much is going to, being, sort of this loud, proud, overly Christian society that they are in the part of the world that they are.
So Armenia and Iran, ironically, have a very good relation.
Oh, do tell.
Yeah. So because the Azerbaijanis did not agree with the Shia Islam of Iran, which is Vilayat-e-Faqih, which was basically instigated by Khamenei.
So the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah. So originally, what Iran believed was that Azerbaijan, post-Soviet era, is going to be their biggest ally because they're a Shia-dominated country in terms of majority. But it worked out completely the other way, and Armenia is the country who became a close ally to Iran.
I mean, who knows how relationships will last in the ever-shifting sands of this region, right? I mean, it's all sort of for convenience, but not for longevity, it seems.
So you heard the entire conversation which we were having. Do you think there's any relation in terms of how Donald Trump was elected in US, because you are in US? I think this was first time in history where somebody was elected in the US as for being a personality rather than his policies. So it's very similar to Pakistani style politics which occurred in US.
Yeah, unfortunately, U.S. leaders don't get killed as regularly as Pakistani ones. Sorry, that was probably in poor taste, but moving swiftly on. Yeah, so
Your assassins just have a very bad aim. They aim for the head and miss by the ear. Very bad assassins.
yeah, I hate it when those CIA plants don't shoot right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if either of those were realistic assassination attempts, but that's a whole other question. To answer Shachi's posed question, yeah, I mean, I'm sure. I mean, obviously, like the cult of personality always has something to do with popularity contests like presidential elections. Um, but yeah, I mean, globally, I think people would agree that this is a new low, even for America. So, um, it is. It does not foster any confidence in stopping the tide of like the empire failing. Which, even as somebody sitting in like the head of the serpent, I can't exactly be sad the American empire is in decline because of how absolutely brutal and criminal it's been. since its inception. So, yeah, I think it's just further hastened the decline of the American empire, for sure.
So do you think that it is declining? I think that's also
Oh, 1000%. Yeah, American society is full on in collapse. It may not look like it from the outside, but for the people living here, like collapse is already here and is occurring and taking, quickening its pace with every passing day.
Madara pointed out that more US presidents have been shot at compared to Pakistan. Well, then again,
You just have better aim.
no, the Pakistani presidents are basically a ceremonial post, so it doesn't really matter if somebody shoots them or not.
Well, I'm sure they'll love to hear that.
I also included the prime ministers. I didn't mean Pakistani presidents alone. The prime ministers also. I think 4
Well,
US presidents got assassinated.
well, then again, they have a longer history. I think we might
Yeah.
be able to reach reach the score if we try hard enough.
but like American society and it collapsing, or America's collapsing from within, I think we need to explore that subject on what grounds and how you're seeing that, Tatiana, and everyone else's.
Well,
How much of it is due to large number of immigration?
oh, I don't know if the immigrants are causing the problem as much as like the corporations and the 1% and our sort of the lack of protections that regular Americans are confronted with that other people in industrialized cultures, well, particularly Western ones, have access to. But I think there's kind of a perfect storm brewing right now of ever decreasing democracy. Not like we ever really, really had democracy, truly. I mean, we like to say that, freest country in the world, that kind of ridiculousness like that Americans spout when they're uneducated. I think between the decline in democracy, the accelerating authoritarianism, and just the manufactured unlivability of basic, like the pricing of basic goods like housing and food and so forth, it's we're going to be seeing, I think, unrest around those issues. I mean, there were already like multiple national rallies today, but I mean specifically people not being able to survive and standing up in rebellion against that. I don't know what the militarization is going to look like at that point, because I think by then the illusion of democracy will hopefully finally be torn from everyone's eyes, though I'm sure there will be still some people talking about how great America is, no matter what the evidence says. So, I think that's the situation that I am seeing here. But did you have additional insights to share, anyone, or questions?
I have a question. Economically, USA is doing really good. You have a lot of cutting edge industries still. I mean, the only real competition for economically for USA is China. All the like major Western countries like Germany and UK, they have deindustrialized and still deindustrialized thing, and they are not really into the new technology, AI, and all the cloud and stuff, so on. Most of the people I know in USA, they are very rich. When they come to Europe, they seem like, I am going to India or Vietnam. For them, everything is so cheap. So I think economic side, I think you are pretty much okay, right?
Well, it depends on the economics of who you're talking about. So, yeah, if you know rich people, sure, they're doing great. The stock market is great. The stock market does not reflect the daily lived socioeconomic realities of the people, though. And everyone here. I mean, the vast majority of what used to be different strata of society that are all getting compressed into just the have-nots are feeling a serious pinch. So yeah, I mean, the super wealthy, this is the country for them. Like they are raping and pillaging what they can, but they're doing it from the lower socioeconomic classes who are increasingly restless, I would say.
I think one of the main indicators of the decline is that people vote for somebody who wants to make America great again without thinking of policies and everything else. That in itself is the biggest proof of America declining, in my opinion. Because when a society begins to seek a messiah, just like in the case of Pakistan, uh, that's when things change, because now you're banking on some miracle worker to fix something which nobody else can. Everyone knows and agree that there's something seriously wrong. They can't exactly pinpoint it. They will blame various segments and sections of society, but they'll just try anything. And I think that's what we're witnessing, especially in terms of Trump's second term. That's how he got elected, in my opinion. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, I don't disagree with you. I think also what you're pointing to, in as much as people supporting somebody like Trump for, oh God, a second term, is the culmination of years of erosion of like the public education system, lack of critical thinking, actual, I would say, probably robust discouragement of critical thinking in our schools, and the kind of ignorant desperation that breeds, that makes someone as obviously morally bankrupt as Donald Trump somehow appear to some people as ethical and someone to be trusted, and I don't know, like a wholesome, trustworthy human being. I mean, it's asinine. I don't understand what has happened to people's sensibility that is a man you look at and think, yes, I believe what he's saying and that he wants the best for us in this world and our country. Like, I mean, he's just a grifter. But I guess in a society that's been dumbed down by, just memes and sound bites and short attention spans, this is what we get. Sorry, were you expecting me to have a better view of Americans? Because I don't.
No. Just like thinking in regards to how things are all developing in those terms. I think we should basically look at America's role in what's occurred post Second World War, and I think we should do that tomorrow. Are you available tomorrow, Tatiana?
I am after dance rehearsal, so I'll be available after about 3:00.
So what time is that in the UK?
Oh, in the UK, that is 8 p.m.
Oh, that's perfect timing. So I think for tomorrow, what we're doing with this actual stream is that we go on like the rooms we used to do on Clubhouse for 4 or 5 hours. We go through various news clips. We go through various topics. Like today, you came in the middle of the stream. So we discussed Iran, and then we got into that Qasim Khan thing, and I think we're pretty exhausted. And the idea is to basically brainstorm through various things which are on your mind and keep it very, very casual in that way. And that's how we're going to progress with this. And we're going to do that like on a daily basis for and see where it goes. And
On a
then,
daily basis. This is a daily podcast now.
yeah, this one in particular, you're not under a compulsion to come every single day, but but you understand what I'm saying.
Well,
So
certainly, I wouldn't want you all to get sick of me, but yeah, I'd be happy to drop in whenever I can. Thank you for the open invite.
yeah, but yeah, like if you can come every day, that would be wonderful. We don't want we're not going to get sick of you. But so tomorrow, I think one of the subjects which we should discuss is America and its role and its foreign policy. And I think we should like have a title that I actually believe, and I'm going. This is going to be my last note. I think since the Second World War and the Shoah, which is also known as the Holocaust, and whatever people died, in terms of atrocities, I think American foreign policy can be compared to the atrocities of Second World War, post Second World War. There's no doubt about that, and nobody's ever spoken about that in a direct way. And like I do believe that it's like met its match now in the way certain countries are taking over. But even the opposing side, I don't really think I trust them much either. A China Russia hegemony is not really something I'm looking forward to, but seems like they're competing now. I don't know what you think.
Was that directed to me about the China-Russia hegemony?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. It's sort of like billionaires. Anyone who has done enough to amass that much wealth, power, whatever, isn't an ethical person. And so any country that has amassed that kind of leadership role in the world, by the time they get there are filthy, and by the time they leave are filthier, So I think the problem is that we have a system that enables a few power players to the detriment of the rest of the countries on the planet. And we would all benefit more from a system that sort of had more democratized power holding, because whoever ends up in the seat of one of these powerful countries at the time they are ascendant has undue influence over the rest of a globe that did not vote for, consent to their leadership, etc. And that is unjust. So I would support the entire structure not existing the way it does. Sorry if that sidesteps your question. I dislike all of them, I suppose, is my shorter answer.
No, didn't sidestep at all, and I think we should look at that in detail. Madara, do you have something to say before we close?
No, not really. No.
Anyone else?
Just
Tatiana?
thank you for the invite, and lovely being here with you all again.
Thank you very much for being here. Maham, go for a close now.
I can do it. I'm from my phone.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do it then. So today we discussed all sorts of things from Iran to Pakistan to Qasim Khan to Armenia, and it was quite a casual discussion with a lot of drawing room fightings. Uh, you can tune in again tomorrow for such fun and casual discussions in regards to world politics, where we also discuss the underlying deep concepts that affect all of us. For example, today we discussed how uh, discussing your grievances in formal institutions should be normalized, and that is one way to enhance our society and political structures. So tune in
And
tomorrow.
adding to that, you can also join us as a speaker if you feel like. We usually put up link through which you can join us if you want, if you have something to say, of course.
Oh yeah, definitely. We do welcome speakers or anybody who has anything on their mind to say. So, saying that, goodbye, guys. See you all tomorrow at the same time. Good luck.